talk on an illustrative example of an end-to-end visibility, prevention, detection, response scenario. And then we're going to break down the underlying pieces because the Cloud Security Command Center is really focused on 5 key capabilities to help you understand your attack surface, your security posture on Google Cloud Platform. Visibility, vulnerability prevention, threat detection, response, and then data management. So the Cloud Security Command Center is the single pane of glass and the single unified platform as a managed service on Google Cloud for you to understand what's going on across all of your organizational resources, the security sources that feed you findings for vulnerabilities and detections, and really to cross-correlate that with the business context of your resources as well as with the time element, both history, what's happening now, what's happening then. Our goal really is to provide that one place for you to gather all that information in context and then make decisions, figure out what to do next. In addition, we are the hub for a range, and you'll see a number of these, of the native Google security products that are providing you either vulnerability or threat detection. Again, bringing those all in one place. In addition to the native security products, we're also the place that you can bring in your own favorite set of security tools also in one place so you can holistically get the benefit of all the different detections. And finally, one thing to note, we want to meet you as customers where you are, so you can either consume the Command Center through its own UI, or as we'll talk about in the capabilities, export that data, use it in your own SIEM like Splunk. And so everything that I show you in the demos is also available through API. And the last thing I want to cover out, and it was talked about, I think, by Thomas and the team at the keynote. So Command Center today is focused on asset side, the GCP assets, but on the findings side, you can load findings from not only GCP resources, your findings in hybrid, your findings across other clouds, and again, join those in one place. So the Cloud Security Command Center, from a UI standpoint, has 3 main components. First is the dashboard component, and that's where we bring alerting of things that have happened around your assets, things that are around going on your findings in one place. You can do some high-level views of things relative to time, and it's really where we bring your attention to all the different things that are surfacing signals on your system. We then also have 2 inventories, which is where the bulk of the UI work will be done by you folks. They're really the asset inventory, where you can take an asset-centric view and slice of looking at what's running, and therefore be able to look at what's running right now, what's been running historically, be able to generate on-demand scanning of the assets to update the assets, be able to either for the findings or the assets look at the time change, so look at how assets today compare to assets from some time previously, and also how findings today compared against findings previously. You also, at that point in the inventories, can export. You have the export control to GCS. And importantly, as we'll talk about in data management, you're able to use the security marks, the ability for you to put ACLed annotations on your data, which allow you to group them, allow you to actually integrate with workflow, and so you can track changes on your assets, on your findings through this marking system. The final piece from an organization standpoint for the Cloud Security Command Center are the detail pages. We provide for each finding and each asset a detail page, which summarizes the properties and the attributes of those assets or findings, and you can explore more and understand what's going on with each. Importantly, all the attributes and properties of the assets and findings are available themselves as join and pivot parameters in our underlying queries. So the purpose of the Cloud Security Command Center is to be a central hub. We're going to step back a bit and talk about how it sits in the native product portfolio of Google Cloud for security. When we think about security and providing you native services on Google Cloud Platform, we think first of helping you find vulnerabilities and weaknesses. What's going on? What's potentially a weak point in your system? In addition, we think about helping you find actual activity that's potentially malicious, identifying threats, detecting those threats. The Cloud Security Command Center sits in the middle of all of this and is able to bring the vulnerabilities, the threats, the business context, the underlying assets in one place. And lastly, trigger actions, either single actions or workflow. Because the Cloud Security Command Center is not built just for GCP, we also integrate with partner solutions in each of those places. Whether it's finding vulnerabilities through our partner solutions, finding threats through partner solutions, being able to export to partners so they can use the data, or to actually enhance kind of threat response. To put this a little bit more practically in detail as to specific products, again, Cloud Security Command Center announcing GA today. On the prevention side, there's a number of products, the first of which is the Cloud Security Scanner, which has been in GA for App Engine since 2015. And recently, we announced to public beta for the GCE and GKE versions of that. That provides application-level threat prevention. In addition, we're proud to announce the public alpha of our Security Health Analytics, and that is managed scanning for common vulnerabilities across your GCP organization, and that's being launched to public alpha today. In addition, Cloud Armor, which provides network and WAF capabilities, is in GA and provides network vulnerability detection. And finally, from a supply chain standpoint, the ability from your software supply chain to look at and control what actually gets deployed from a binary authorization standpoint. And binary authorization at the conference is being announced also at GA. Those are some of the native tools from the vulnerability side that integrate directly into Cloud Security Command Center. In addition, we're proud to announce today our beta for the event threat detection. So that is log-based threat detection that takes your Stackdriver logs for VPC flow logs, firewall logs, authentication logs, Fluentd logs, and applies Google Threat Intelligence to do active threat detection, and those results integrate into Command Center as well. As we mentioned, we have I'm very proud of a rich ecosystem of security partners, and those security partners, and we'll talk about later in this deck as well, are being integrated into Command Center. So whether you use native tools, whether you use your own favorite security partners, or the combination of those, in one place you can see that in context and get protected, secure yourself using the best of what's available. In addition, this thus far has talked about visibility, prevention, and detection. Also, we enable you to trigger actions. So as we'll see later in the demos, the ability to trigger cloud functions to take direct action to fix and remediate the threats and vulnerabilities we found. And also, we're announcing our alpha integration in Command Center to triggering Stackdriver incident response management so that you can take findings that you found in Command Center, make them as signals, either in new incidents or add them to incidents, and then manage the whole incident response process through our IRM process. So I know that's a lot, and we're actually going to demo most of this in the latter part of this talk. So to kind of ground this in a scenario, we're going to talk about something that I think probably occurs fairly often for folks, crypto mining. So it's a common situation that if you're running infrastructure, whether it's your on-prem or your hybrid or in clouds, potentially there are cases where the bad guy has gotten access to your VM, starts deploying malware, and now you've got to figure out how to actually detect it, how to figure out, tie it back to a vulnerability so that you can reduce that vulnerability, figure out how to get forensics so you can actually figure out who the bad actor was, establish the blast radius, and then bring yourself back to a secure state. So in this demo, we'll be talking through the compromised instances, the firewall vulnerabilities, the access, and the remediation pieces. The actual demo itself will highlight cloud anomaly detection, security health analytics, the audit log integration we have, DLP, the DLP data discovery, and cloud functions. Okay, actually, I'm right at the demo port. So if we can, let me log in, and we'll switch to demo. Okay, so if we can switch to demo. Cool. So here is the Cloud Security Command Center. And as we said, this is the dashboard level view. And if we go look into the cloud anomaly detection, we can see there's a coin mining detection here. So if we go into this Command Center piece from a coin mining standpoint, we'll see resource involved in coin mining first discovered back in March 1st. So let's look in that in a little bit more detail. So discovered in March 1st, against this particular project, SecDemo Company IT Demo, On this instance, the compromised instance, it was writing back to a coin mining pool, Stackdrum pool, that was being abused from this IP using this publicly available IP for the instance. So we now know this is an actual threat that occurred. So how can we figure out what's going on? So first, we can go back in time and go to March 1st. All right, at that point, there's actually more things going on that piece. And specifically, we know what project this is about. So let's look for the details around that project. So we're able to see there's actually several things. There's some audit logs that have been triggered, which we'll explore. Anomaly detector itself found the thing that originally triggered it. And security health analytics has actually found that there's several open firewalls and also the use of a default network. If in fact we dig into this a little bit more, into what are the allowed protocols that were deployed, and then scoot down here. We're able to kind of look at open firewalls from an underlying firewall standpoint. If we go into the underlying firewalls, we can see the various allowed protocols, in this case TCP, open everywhere, kind of a bad thing for us to have. Shift this up so we can get to the close piece. And then if we were to actually look at the underlying audit logs, we can see there's a set of aggregated findings. Specifically, if we look at, say, the SSH firewall rule, it looks like that I was the bad guy in this case, back in March, compromising this firewall. If we now look at this, we understand that this firewall was disabled and allowed SSH back on March 1. We also now want to understand our blast radius. So if we go back to the asset, we know what the project was. From a project center view, it was this IT demo project. We go into the IT demo project, and we can see there's a lot of findings on this project, including a bunch of PII. So this project actually has access to a whole bunch of PII. We probably want to know where in detail that is. So what we can do then is go to that particular project, go to our DLP API, and then once we go to the DLP API, we see there's been a number of scans against that project. Let's go to this one. And this shows you email, social security number, credit card, how many of these. So we now understand what the blast radius, what the data in that compromised project is. So that's not a good thing. We probably want to fix this. And so what we can do now is go to our kind of cloud functions, which are set up in another project. And we've set up a number of cloud functions that can take action. So standard cloud functions are, let's say we want to change the bucket ACL. Number 2, we want to repair the firewall. We want to actually log the different events, and then we want to take a VM snapshot. So today what we're going to do is we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to repair the firewall and take the VM snapshot. So if you go look, currently SSH is allowed. So now if I go back to the pub/sub topic, I can trigger a cloud function. I'm going to do this manually. You can also obviously do this through API. At the entry point piece, I'm going to publish the firewall message. Okay, now if we go back to this, it should take like 30 seconds or so for us to trigger. And then you can see the allowed SSH firewall is now currently disabled. We also want to take a snapshot because we want to capture the forensics. So this is a view of the current set of snapshots being taken on here. If we go back to the topics and we want to publish a message, the snapshot. And then now we go back to this. And this should take potentially sometimes up to like 30 seconds or so to trigger this. So the last one was April 5th. And we'll Go through this. And then we'll go back and we'll see that the snapshot will have gotten recurred. So what have we done so far? So far what we've done is use threat detection to find the underlying threat, roll back and pivot on the project to find out what were the vulnerabilities in the project, roll through the audit logs to figure out who actually did the item, go into the actual asset view, understand what PII is accessible from that particular compromised project, explore in detail in that project exactly which bucket, where that PII is, and then take remediation action through Cloud Functions. So now if I roll through this again, looks like, oh, okay, actually this one got fired up on the 9th. So you'll see this one at 11:21 today, snapshot taken. So if we go back to the slides, cool, so we've gone through this demo end to end. What we're gonna do in the next step is dive into each of the underlying pieces in a little bit more detail so you understand some of the additional nuances and capability in visibility, in prevention, in detection, in action, and in the data management pieces. So from a visibility standpoint, really our goal here is to allow you to see what you need to see. So that means asset state, asset history, finding state, finding history. Our asset state today is sample-based and scan-based, and so typically scans twice a day with the ability for you to do on-demand scanning for whenever you want, both programmatically in the UI. Our finding state is updated by, is event-driven, so event detectors, when they find things, automatically update the finding pieces. One of the key things I think will be very useful for you all as customers is IAM policies on each of the attributes are surfaced in Command Center and can be part of the join parameters. In addition, we integrate with a lot of native, as we talked about, Google Cloud Security products. Anomaly detection, DLP, web vulnerabilities, infrastructure kind of vulnerabilities, audit logs, access transparency, cloud phishing protection, which is another product being announced today. And then we integrate with a range of partner findings. And these can be consumed, again, via UI or API. So what we're going to show you in the demo is not all these things, but we're going to highlight some of the key things to go forward. So if we can switch back to the demo. So if we go back now on the demo, we're going to go back to the org level here, and then go to Command Center. So as we talked about, from a visibility standpoint, at the dashboard level, you have the assets, and you can roll back, say, 7 days, and immediately see what has changed across all the asset pieces. You similarly have the ability to look at your findings, and your findings are basically two of the key new products we've announced. Security Health Analytics and Event Threat Detection give you here the top items. They're all in the high category that you should be addressing vulnerability-wise. Here are the threat detections that we found: persistent anomalous grant, bad domains, and then the underlying details. Each of the detectors, anomaly detection, data discovery, scanners, all have their own card. And also our open source project, Forseti, integrates naturally into Command Center, so you can see all those things. The dashboards cards give you a set of alerting. When there's something in there, they go red. Phishing protection is not finding anything, so that's in the green state. Now, if you go into the underlying inventories, you can, at the asset side, look at things from a project-centric view. So you can either look at all 3,000 plus assets org level, or if you look at a particular project, you can see the project details, the resources, all 55 just related to that project. You can query. So for example, if I wanted to find, let's say, all resources which were instances across your whole org, in this case, across your whole org, instances without an S. This gives you all the different VMs and how many VMs are in each of the different underlying projects. Instead, you can choose to slice this by resource type. This gives you all your different resources in GCP that we track. You can sort them, obviously, by count. You can individually query on them. So if I want to just find buckets, I can get to that. So as, obviously, the increasing set of our resources goes up, you have the ability to do that. Also, from an asset change standpoint, we can look at what's changed in the last day. So there's been 12 things changed in the last day. We flipped a number of compute instances, and we've generated a number of disks. You can also look at what's been deleted. So basically, 2 instances and their disks plus an instant template, part of the standard piece in that for that cluster of its cycling through things. In addition, if we go back to all things, and then at the project level, you can look at what this organization looked like back in time. So if we go back to, let's say, a year ago, actually we'll go truly a year ago, you'll see far fewer projects. There was only about 10 projects at a time. And so this is the full time history. It's also append only. Once you write data here, it can be updated, but it can't be changed from what you wrote. And it's 13 months of live history that's kept in Command Center. That's true of the findings, and that's true of the assets. If we now rotate over to the findings side, one of the key things that we're able to show is similarly, we can look at what has just changed today. There have been 471 active findings. Let's see what's changed in the last, say, hour. In the last hour, 4 things have happened that are new. Basically, if you look from a disk standpoint, create a snapshot. That was a snapshot we just created, as well as I changed the firewall rule. So both of those things are available here in what's new. Another piece that's important is some of the integration we have with other Google native products, like Access Transparency. So if you've heard of Access Transparency, what we do with Access Transparency is provide you visibility into when a Googler accesses your data and for what purpose. So here we can see back on March 25th, we had 3 different customer-initiated support requests. So if we drill into that, what you're able to see in Command Center is first, it was a cloud storage access by Googler in the US, in a US resource type, for a customer-initiated reason, and explicitly with the case number. So you have the ability in Command Center to see and have full visibility of when Googlers access your data and for what reason. We're also at GCP announcing access approvals for you to also enable for certain sets of data your ability to block a Googler's ability to access that explicitly and put yourself in the decision chain. From an overall visibility standpoint, findings as well have the history piece. And then one other thing that's important in terms, and you'll see this more in the data management part of our demo, is that you can use marks to essentially overall manage your data. So I have 10,000 plus resources on the findings. I have 3,000 plus assets. What if I just want to look at the prod items? So what I've now done is filter down to just the 45 items in prod using these marks. These marks can be added to any finding or any asset. So an example of this is, let's say I want to take this item and go ahead and add a mark and turn its environment into prod. And these are fully ACLed. So these marks only exist in Command Center. They're controlled by individual separate roles. So now if I go back and look for environment again, mark, environment, prod. You'll see now that, and we have to hit now. You'll see now we've added one more. So you have the ability to those marks are controlled and ACLed by roles. And you have then the ability to organize the data, and certainly, say, in a threat hunting situation, these marks are not visible to the underlying resource owners. You also can use them to hold state if you're integrating with workflows. So if we now switch back to the slides, we've talked about the visibility piece. Now we're going to talk about vulnerability prevention. So as I pointed out, vulnerabilities, weaknesses, misconfigurations are a huge source of breaches. From cyber insurance kind of claims, almost 70% of issues that have been caused for breaches are due to some sort of either misconfiguration, negligence, or malfeasance. So from our standpoint, it's very important to enable you to have a better view of what's weak in your system. And we have 2 of our products that are focused on that I'll talk about. One, which again we're announcing to public alpha today, is Security Health Analytics. And what Security Health Analytics does is a managed service for automated scanning across your GCP resources. We detect 30 common vulnerabilities, and we run that scan automatically, give you both the detailed vulnerabilities and the summary of those, and it's fully integrated in Cloud Security Command Center. So some of the examples of things we scan for: a number of storage level vulnerabilities, networking vulnerabilities, logging and monitoring disabled. As you know, if you don't have logging and monitoring enabled, if something bad happens, it's very hard for you to reconstruct many times. VM instance level detections, as well as focusing on GKE and GKE cluster weaknesses. From a demo standpoint, again, we'll show you the summary card, which you've already seen, and then dive into some of the detailed pieces. If we can switch back to the demo. Cool. So if we go back to the finding side, actually we'll go to the dashboard first. We can already see the Security Health Analytics card is the first thing that you see. Currently, there's 1,000+ findings. These are the high priority ones: Open Firewall, Public ACL. Not surprisingly, these are ones that folks care about. If we go look in specific Security Health Analytics, you have the ability to look at summary data, which then gives you their 89 current issues around public bucket policy only disabled. As you know, GCS recently launched a feature which allows you to explicitly disable the use of object-level permissions and only manage the permissions on your bucket through the bucket-level permissions. So we check for how many buckets in your system have actually are not taking advantage of this. When you don't take advantage of this, you can have a disjoint situation where your object permissions are more open than your bucket permissions, and that can create kind of weaknesses and breaches. So we automatically detect for things like that. To get a kind of a sense of all the different finding types, let's look at what we do here. As we look through, let me repaint this. So some of the kind of key vulnerabilities we find: a bunch of monitoring ones, the use of default networks, IP aliases, IP forwarding enabled from a GCE standpoint, bucket ACLs, public addresses, and then open firewalls. If we're looking at one of these open firewall rules, what we provide you ultimately is, what the firewall rule is, kind of what the underlying rule is, what you could do to restrict it, and then the ability, if you think this is actually should be correct, we give you per detector, per asset level whitelisting. So you can use those security marks I talked about, mark that asset, and that will no longer show up on your overall scan. On an ongoing basis, we can look back from a findings change standpoint and look for, nothing has changed in the last hour for this. We typically run these twice a day. So over the last full day, nothing has changed. Refresh. And then if we look at the news sources on a security health standpoint in the last, say, 14 days, you'll see that this has been a stable case of vulnerability for a while, which again indicates that there should be remediation actions that we do on this. So now if we switch back to the slides. So we talked about SHA, both the vulnerabilities, summaries, as well as the underlying description. We have curated severity type on each of those vulnerabilities, recommend what to do, and also give you the ability to whitelist them. Let's see if we can advance. There we go. In addition, what we've announced as a part of the vulnerability detection is enhancing our cloud security scanner, which is an app-level vulnerability and a web vulnerability scanner. It's now in beta for GCE and GKE, and it detects 13 common application vulnerabilities. It has both API and UI controls and fully integrated into Command Center. Amongst the things that it detects are a whole variety of cross-site scripting types, misconfigurations in the actual content being exchanged in HTTP, HTTPS, and vulnerable resources, right? The accessibility of Git repositories, of SVN, insecure libraries used, clear text password in the underlying application level. One of the key things here is that this, again, allows you at an application level to scan individual applications which are publicly facing, find out what those web vulnerabilities are, and then see that holistically in the Cloud Security Command Center. It's also the underlying technology is what we use internal Google for all of our applications before they're made public as well, so we can find things like cross-site scripting and these type of issues. We're now going to switch to threat detection. So as I mentioned before, right, so detection for us is about finding bad guys doing bad things. And we have two types of threat detection integrated in the Cloud Security Command Center. With our beta launch, we had integrated the cloud anomaly detection, which was using data from outside and around the VMs and instances, so behavioral data. Today, with the private beta launch of the event threat detection, we're now also able to, if you enable Stackdriver logs, take that data in and look at what's going on within the system through the logs. So ETD, which is going private beta, is log-based threat detection from looking from the inside. It's a managed service. It leverages our existing Google Threat Intelligence that we use to protect Google, based on a combination of audit logs, VPC flow logs, firewall logs, GCE logs, based on Fluentd. It can take logs from either GCP or using the Fluentd agent, any hybrid or all other cloud set of logs that are based on the Fluentd provider. And then moving forward, the goal for ETD is not just to be centered on Google logs, but any logs you can provide that we can integrate in and apply detectors. We're initially launching with 6 detectors, and I'll talk more about them in detail, right? You see them on the right: malware, crypto mining, phishing, IAM abuse, outgoing DDoS, and then brute force SSH. Similarly, previously with our Command Center beta launch and even with the alpha launch, we had integrated cloud anomaly detection. And this is based on threat detections from outside the system. So common things like network volumetrics, performance, bad IPs, service accounts found in Git, and integrating that data. So now we have 2 sides of the problem covered from a threat detection. It initially launched with 7 detectors, many overlapping, but also including things like data exfiltration, unusual activity based on volumetrics, also fully integrated with Command Center. From a demo standpoint, since we showed anomaly detection in the first end-to-end, we're going to focus on event threat detection in the demo. So if we switch back over to the demo. Cool. So if we go to ETD, actually we need to go kill the filter. To ETD, you'll see that we have a number of bad domain and persistent anomalous grants. So let's look at one of these persistent anomalous grants. So this IAM grant occurred today at 8 in the morning. And so we're able to first obviously tell you when the event was, what source the data came from. It's an example when we see these anomalous and kind of highly risky grants, an example of persistence. It's a high detection criteria, priority, because we think it's a very strong signal. You can see that it was an ad of this particular user at Gmail, and it was done by essentially Stan Petrov at Gmail. So using the role, adding the role editor and binder. So we have quite a bit of information. Also, what project it was done in to start pivoting on either the user or the project to do the further detections. So with event threat detection, you have now log-based information. With CAD, you have the behavioral information all in one place for the Cloud Security Command Center as you look at your threats and investigate them further. If we can switch back to the slides. The final piece is this has to date been about visibility, detection, and now we're going to talk about the response piece. So for response, it's really, can I stop the bleeding? Can I limit the blast radius? And can I recover? For us today, that's done through a combination of PubSub and then Cloud Functions. You saw some of that in the end-to-end demo. We have a set, is shipped even with our beta launch of Command Center, a set of example applications that show you how to configure PubSub to be triggered off of Command Center to then trigger Cloud Functions. As a part of the GA launch, we'll also be shipping those 5 Cloud Function examples for you so you can integrate and use those directly. And we're happy to announce today as a part an alpha integration with our own Stackdriver IRM system, which I'm going to demo. So kind of summary, PubSub is the mechanism by which we're triggering these things. Cloud Functions give you and us the ability to continue to build out a security function library to help you take action. You can also add to that off of those topics. And then when you think about end-to-end incident management, it's about connecting then to our IRM product. Since we demoed the Cloud Functions before, we're going to now switch and show the IRM integration. So if we can switch back to the deck, cool. So this is going to be played as a movie. So where we are here is we are in the finding detail. You're able to pick one of the findings. In that finding, in the upper right, you can manage it in IRM. You get to select a workspace. In this case, we pre-created a workspace. That adds that finding as a signal that's possible. You can either add it and create a new incident. You can add it to an existing incident, or you can dismiss it. In this case, we're going to add it to a new incident. Now it's sitting in that underlying incident. We can also look at what other signals and incidents are ongoing. And so you can see there's a number of alerts from Command Center that we could add in over the last 3 days, as well as there are currently 2 incidents set up. If we pick that original incident we just did, we can now go ahead and look from the available ones, add another incident, or add another signal to it, and now that incident has 2 of the Cloud Security Command Center signals as a part of it. Now, when we navigate back to that incident, we can go and look again into the individual signals that are part of the incident, and that can pull us back into the Cloud Security Command Center to look back at the finding. And you can see we're back at the original finding. So the goal here then is to allow you, when you think about now the incident management piece, you have the option to connect to your own incident flow, or if you want to leverage Google best practices, Google's SRE flow and incident management flow, that's all encoded in our own incident management system. So you have that flexibility. Again, PubSub and APIs are the way you can connect. So you're not required to use IRM, but this is a native integration that will make that path simpler. If we can go back to the slides. So the last piece is data management. So obviously with these demos, I've pre-curated a lot of the data. So we're going to talk about, like in a more real situation, how do you manage complexity? As any of you guys know who are security practitioners, the problem usually isn't too little signal. It's usually a lot of signal in figuring out what is meaningful, what's not. So some of the things that we use to manage this are, number 1, security marks, which allow you to actually organize and structure the data. The ability to mute findings, and in the UI or in the API, set things to active or inactive, and we'll show that. And then also for you to freely use how you want the data to go, whether you want to manage it in Command Center or take it out of Command Center and integrate it with some of our underlying partners. From a demo standpoint, we're going to do a quick live thing with the security marks and the active-inactive, and then we're going to show you exporting to Splunk and then also exporting to GCS buckets, and finally talk about our partners. So if we can go back to the demo. So if I go to the underlying findings, and now instead of like curating, I turn on all the active findings, you'll see that we have active and inactive over 11,000 findings. So first, the ability to decide only to show active findings cuts 11,000 down to, say, 1046. But using the marking system, I can go to, I just want to look at my anomaly ones. So I've marked a set of things which are just anomaly. And that filters that down if we redraw just to the 7 items tied to anomaly. But maybe I also want to look at the items related to, say, SHA. So I want to do sources, source, SHA. That kind of gives us the ability to look at those in unison. I can then decide, you know what? Maybe there's an incident that we talked about before, and I actually just want to look at all the findings related to that incident. So, and in this case, I called it this. So that allows you to mark across the various different findings all the incidents that are related to what you're looking at. which are then these 17. We can also go back to the assets. Those similar can be marked for incidents. And that filters down just to 32 items within that particular thing. You can go back to the dashboard. The dashboard now is just filtered down to just the 32 assets and just the findings related to that incident. If, for example, one of those findings, let's just say this default network finding, we actually now want to mark as inactive, we can go to the info panel on the action, change the state to inactive, save it, run now, and then rejoin, and you'll see the default network no longer is in there. So you have the ability to mute and manage those in the UI. Everything we show you here is also available through API, and so you have that ability to manage. So the last demo we're going to show is really around export and the management of your data in either GCS or Splunk. So what we're doing here is basically from the findings standpoint, we want to export all the findings. So we go to the Splunk connector we've built. That connector basically can be configured is written in App Engine, can configure it with a cron. We can basically run that, and whatever you filtered and set up will dump to Splunk. We switch now to Splunk, and you can see, let's go back to when we've loaded this previously in the previous week. We had 8,000 plus events. We can go rotate on that to look at the underlying categories, because categories are going to be where the kind of key issues are found. Splunk automatically sorts this. We find a number of open firewall items. We're able to dig into each of those items in the Splunk side around the underlying fields that are included, plus the ability to look at the data that's prescribed. In addition to the Splunk integration, which you can see, you can now process and manage that outside of GCP. We can also have the ability, if you want to free download this into and export it into a bucket. So if we go at a high level, we're basically able to, in the command center, either assets or findings, go to pick the export function. And that function allows you to select what project and what bucket to dump to. We're able to then, at that point, pick the SCC to Splunk bucket, select from the different buckets, define our own file. In this case, it'll be finding dump number 4. I should have typed faster. And then once you have that running, you can export all 9,000 plus results as JSON into that bucket. If we go to actually look at that bucket, you'll see after a couple of refreshes, probably about 10 to 15 seconds, that will all dump itself out. And then if we go just to the end, we'll see that from that kind of refresh, we'll have the fourth one. In real time, that took about 20 seconds. And so we now have the ability to look at all these pieces in either exported or provided into Splunk. So we can switch back to the slides. So today, we spent a lot of time talking about the native capabilities within Cloud Security Command Center as we go GA. It's also important that we have a vibrant ecosystem because you, as customers, are using a whole range of existing security providers. And those security providers have joined with us to integrate and be able to provide their findings in the Command Center so you can see things in one place, as well as a number of them taking the results from Command Center out to use them with their own products. And this is just the beginning of a increasing number of partners that we'll have in our ecosystem to enable you as customers to bring the key piece of technology you want all into one place. So I'm going to summarize. Again, we're very excited today to announce the GA launch of the Cloud Security Command Center. It includes an increasing set of underlying assets in GCP that we inventory for you, the ability from an analysis standpoint to do search filtering, time diff assets and findings, to take action. We've also announced G-Cloud. So if your preferred mode is the UI, you can use the UI. If your preferred mode is the API, we have 7 of the key language libraries available. We have examples that will be turning on next week, or actually tomorrow, for 4 of those libraries, and with more of those coming in the next couple weeks. So you'll have not only the libraries themselves, but all examples for all 7. Or you can use command line with G-Cloud. We're able to, through a number of example applications, show you how to create notifications, trigger cloud functions, and then from a partners, both native and overall integrations, a range of partners that have integrated the results, so you can see all of that in one place. So to get started, Cloud Security Command Center, you can enable that in a self-serve way through Marketplace. You can also, as we talked about, as you get more and more findings, manage those through security marks. Once you enable Cloud Security Command Center, you can immediately turn on cloud anomaly detection. And then with both Security Scanner and DLP, you can enable those. And if you set up security scanning in DLP, you can proceed forward to have those results surface in. You should sign up for both the Security Health Analytics Public Alpha and also the Event Threat Detection Private Beta. Those will, once you're enabled onto those, they'll feed the results in. You probably already have favorite partners, and so if they're on that list, you can go to Marketplace, find them, integrate in the Command Center, and lastly, if you want to close the loop with response, take action through the cloud functions. Many of the partners we've talked about from a native standpoint are having talks today and tomorrow, so if you want to learn more about whether it's the cloud phishing protection, whether it's DLP, ETD, Event Threat Detection, the IRM pieces, or the binary authorization pieces we've integrated in, you can see all of that through talks at Next, and I encourage you to do that. So with that, we're going to go to questions and answers. I think the Dory, hopefully there's some questions, and then Kelly is going to help me with the Dory questions. So as we go through the Q&A, if you have any other questions, put them in the Dory or stand up. There's a front mic to take live questions, and let's start perhaps with a Dory question.
All right, first question. Is there an option for integrated frameworks to verify network posture against items such as PII, PCI, HIPAA, and other use cases on various network configurations, cloud, hybrid, or on-premise?
Yeah, so to play back the question, I believe the question is, are there built-in, using Cloud Security Command Center, can you build these baselines and then can you diff against them? The short answer is yes. Today, we don't separately curate those as modules, but that's something you should keep your eye out for. But the underlying data about the network connectivity, the posture of the underlying properties, those are all available for you to do either baseline comparisons, security checks, or compliance checks. I think we have a live mic question.
Very interesting. I'm looking forward to trying it out. So one question that came up as I was hearing this, at least in my head, was if I were an attacker, the first thing I would do is I would try to blind the security team. I'd try to turn off all the detections and such like that. What countermeasures are built in? Two-person rule, anything like that?
Yeah, so the way this works is, first, this is an org-level admin role, separate from org admin. So our recommendation, as we do with all org-level things, is the folks who have access to that should have two-factor authentication, preferably security key. We're using our standard API, so those, from the API standpoint, you can block the API usage through IAM conditions and put specific requirements on access to those underlying APIs. So it's through IAM roles for the actual permission piece. We also, going from alpha to beta, went from just 2 basic security roles to 13 roles. So the roles themselves have separation of privilege. We individually isolate sources, findings, assets, marks as individual read-write operators, as well as overall admin. So for a combination of your use of the IAM policies to define and give the roles, as well as your use of IAM conditions on the ability to access the APIs, that would constrain down the attack surface.
Cool, thanks.
Kelly, is there another question off the Dory?
Can we add logs from other internal systems and use Cloud SCC as a full single pane of glass? If so, very quickly, what do we use to add those to Cloud SCC?
Great question. So this is really the combination of how you would use actually event threat detection and Cloud SCC. So while Cloud SCC gives you a public API that you could upload logs into, the way we think about the interaction between event threat detection, which is really our log-based processing, and Cloud SCC, is if you think about the underlying architecture for a modern-day security platform, we have lots of streaming pipelines, and so when you have log event data, that would go through our ETD streaming pipeline. That curates the data, reduces, I always typically say, exabytes and petabytes down to gigabytes and terabytes, and those are the things that would go into Command Center, curated, high-signal information that we can then cross-connect between other detectors. So while it is possible for you to upload the logs directly into Command Center, we would highly recommend you instead put the logs in through ETD. ETD will down-process them to the high-quality signals and then put them into Command Center. Are there any other live questions? Nope, then let's go to the Dory.
Is it possible to interact with Cloud Security Command Center programmatically via an API?
Absolutely. So since our alpha launch, our public alpha launch, the full surface of things that you saw here are able to be done through our RESTful API. As I mentioned, going GA means that all 7 language libraries are available for you to use. In addition, you can interact, if you want to do scripts, through gCloud. Another Dory question?
What is the pricing model for Cloud Security Command Center with the demonstrated features today?
Yep. All the demonstrated features today are free. And the only thing that it generates cost is 2 things. Individual detectors like DLP have costs associated with them, and your use of DLP will have different costs associated with it. Also, on a daily basis, there's a 1 gigabyte per day upload. So if you're taking findings from outside cloud, GCP, putting them in a Cloud Security Command Center, more than a gigabyte a day triggers a per gigabyte cost. But everything else you see here is free. Any other Dory questions?
Will there be a project-level Cloud Security Command Center view? The IAM roles seem to be wide org only.
Great question. So that is one of the top feature requests. Stay tuned. It is something we're working on, and we will be providing you project-level visibility, control off of the org so that you can give individual teams their own view. But that's something that we're not yet announcing when we're going to launch that. Another Dory question?
How to work with security findings, especially with false positive issues? And is it possible to change the severity level of each of them?
Great question. So in the first part, I think as I showed, part of the ability to mute and manage, each finding has an active and an inactive state. So you have the ability, again, through API or through the UI for an individual finding, either programmatically or manually, to change its active-inactive state, to mute it so it doesn't show up in your visual piece. I think the second question is around severity. There are 2 ways to manage severity. One, using the marking system. Again, you have full control of the marking system, and you can decide your own severity pieces. We do, each individual provider, whether it's our own native providers or partner third parties, has their own severity model. So today, the way that you would manage the severity across multiple providers is through the marking system that allows you to define your own level of severity, either, again, programmatically or manually. Another Dory question?
Can a cloud function be triggered automatically from Cloud Security Command Center via direct or through PubSub message?
So all the cloud functions can be triggered through PubSub. The one additional piece today is that the PubSub is then currently triggered by a sidecar application, which hits the API for Command Center to find the filter, trigger the rules, and then trigger the PubSub. Again, one thing we're working on is to make that a native function moving forward. Live question.
Oh, thank you. Are there any plans on adding some scoring into security in the dashboard so that depending on what you deploy for your product or your solution, then you got a certain amount of security controls that are implementable or possible to enable, and then see in the scoring fashion how many of them are deployed or could be deployed?
Yep, so I would say the first level is stay tuned. As you can see with the Security Health Analytics, we are now giving you a report card about what is a weakness or perceived weakness. We're going to be iterating, working with customers to understand really what levels of score make sense and whether things are either cross-project is more interesting, comparative, or absolute. It is something we're thinking about. It's not something we're ready to announce yet.
Thank you.
Cool. And I think we are at time. I think, is there one? I think Jason's giving me the hook. So, all right, thank you guys again, and look forward to working with y'all.
Hi, folks. My name is Mark Crandall, and I work on regulatory compliance with Google Cloud. I am part of Google Cloud Engineering, and I have a legal background, lawyer background. Doesn't make me a bad person, according to my mother. Been at Google 12 years, and I helped launch Google Cloud's first offering, I think one of the first offerings, G Suite, in 2006. So today we're going to talk about risk assessments, compliance, transparency, regulatory frameworks, but I thought I'd focus a little bit about what our team focuses on specifically. We do three things generally. We work with the sales organization to help determine what the gaps are when it comes to regulatory compliance concerns from our customers. What are the gaps? What are the biggest hurdles for them? And the second thing we do is we drive programs internally at Google Cloud to help address those regulatory compliance gaps. Now, we can't address gaps in every vertical in every country in the world, but we do address gaps that are the biggest priority for our customers and for Google. And then the third thing we do is, if there are gaps that we've identified in the market from a compliance perspective, and we have difficulty in closing those gaps, we will often work directly with regulatory authorities in conjunction with our legal and public policy teams to help discuss with them how the law is being enforced, to see if there's a way that we could have the regulation enforced in a way that would facilitate cloud adoption. And the usual disclaimer, this is not legal advice. Please talk to your own counsel, but I'm hoping this does provide you with some very helpful information. So, the reason why folks are here, data protection and regulatory compliance is certainly top of mind, and we're here to help. There are a lot of open questions that people may have. What are best practices out there? I mean, the cloud is becoming a very well-developed industry, but there are still a lot of new aspects to it. What about reconciling differences among different regulatory authorities or different jurisdictions? What about the shared responsibility model? What is Google responsible for as the cloud provider for your services versus what the customer is responsible for when utilizing or otherwise provisioning the services? How to avoid non-compliance? What are the best security controls to implement? And how to make sure that data isn't being inappropriately used by your cloud provider or accessed by your cloud provider. So these are big concerns that people have. So in following with that, there are 4 areas that I want to focus on this afternoon. I want to talk about shared responsibility. That's a big one. Compliance assessments and shared responsibility. What is the Google Cloud what is Google Cloud responsible for as the cloud provider, and what should the customer be responsible for as the person utilizing the services? The importance of transparency and being able to conduct a meaningful risk assessment of your cloud provider services. And then the importance of contractual commitments. How are those coming into play, and how do regulators leverage the contracts that you have with your cloud provider when they conduct a regulatory assessment? And finally, we're going to talk about some of the more recent regulatory frameworks that have come to pass and things that we're looking at regarding updates. So let's focus first on shared responsibility. Now, as I mentioned, we have lots of customers. In fact, we have customers in most countries of the world in virtually every vertical. And when you think about major verticals, healthcare, government, education, manufacturing, retailing, privacy considerations, we have verticals, customers in verticals globally. And when you consider how many countries that we have customers in and how many verticals there could be hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of potential regulatory frameworks. So we're not going to stand here and give you an overview of 1 million frameworks. I don't even know anywhere close to something like that. So what's important when it comes to assessments of regulatory obligations, to leverage what you know and then leverage what we know. For example, you have experience in your industry. You typically will know what existing regulatory frameworks would apply to you and your business that you've been following for many, many years. You know what your country priorities are. You know what verticals you're working in. You may already have counsel that you're working in that can provide you guidance. On the other hand, Google, as your cloud provider, we know the cloud. We have experience working with regulatory authorities when it comes to focusing cloud initiatives. Remember what I just mentioned? And we also have technical expertise regarding our services. So at the end of the day, our obligation is to be able to provide you with transparency about our services so that you can conduct a meaningful risk assessment of your cloud provider before you choose to deploy them. And that's key, the meaningful risk assessment. And speaking of meaningful risk assessment, there are a number of questions, based on what we've done over the past several years in working in regulated markets, that regulators may expect you to ask. As I've mentioned, we work with regulators all over the world, and one thing is common. They expect you to conduct your due diligence. In other words, answers to these questions. These questions come up all the time. How is your cloud provider protecting your data? Or how are you leveraging the security controls provided by your cloud provider to protect that data? Who owns the data or the IP that's uploaded into the cloud? If you upload your content, your data into Google Cloud, does Google suddenly own it? The regulator wants to know the answer to that question. And I'll give you a preview. No, we do not own the data that you upload into the cloud. But the regulators expect you to ask that question and know the answer. How is data being used? How do you know that the data you're uploading into Google Cloud is not being used for advertising purposes? And by the way, we don't use the data you upload into the cloud for Google Cloud for advertising purposes. But again, you need to know where to find that information and demonstrate it to the regulator. What if there's a data incident? How can you be notified? How will you be notified? In many jurisdictions around the world, if there's a data incident, just because you're storing your data in the cloud doesn't mean you have no responsibility in notifying your users or your customers or clients. So you need to know when will you be notified and how will you be notified. Data deletion. If you delete something from the cloud, how do you know it's actually gone? How do you know it's just not sitting around forever? Regulators ask that question as well, so you need to know that. Data portability. Let's say you get tired of your cloud provider. You want to take your data and you want to move it to a different provider, or you want to store it offline or do whatever you want. It's your data. What are those capabilities? What type of data will be stored? Regulators are often focused on a particular vertical or data set. So for example, data protection authorities in Europe may be focused on personal data. Sometimes we call it PII in other jurisdictions. Or financial regulatory authorities may be concerned about financial transactional information. So you want to take an assessment of the data that you're processing and will be using the cloud to store to determine what regulatory frameworks would apply. Where is it stored? Many regulatory authorities, at a minimum, want you to know where the data is going to be stored for risk assessment purposes. Some frameworks may actually require data location specifically, but at least transparency. And then finally, third-party audits. How do you know what your cloud provider is telling you is actually true? So these are the kind of questions that regulatory authorities, and others, by the way, are expecting you to ask. So our job, when it comes to questions like these, is to provide you with transparency that you need so that you can demonstrate to your regulator that you've conducted your due diligence in answering these types of questions and others. This is a preview. And speaking of security and shared responsibility, security is shared between your cloud provider and you. And the relationship between what the cloud provider typically will be handling as part of that responsibility versus the customer will often depend on the type of services that you're utilizing from your cloud provider. And this requires collaboration between your cloud provider and yourselves and the customers. Now look, this graphic is not definitive, but it's just an example where the graphic represents that the provider, in this case Google Cloud, for example, would be responsible for the yellow area, and the blue would be the customer's responsibility. So if you look at this example, Google generally, and this is very generally, is responsible for securing the infrastructure. And the customers are responsible for securing the data that they place into the system, as well as who they want to have access to that data. So access and data. And the responsibilities change based on the type of service you're using. For example, if you're using software as a service, where Google is providing something like G Suite, for example, we're providing the software, and you're simply placing your data into that system and allowing your users to do that, then we're responsible for a good majority of that versus the IT department of the customer. So for example, for G Suite, content or access, which users have access, and the usage policies, that generally will fall on the customer, but anything from the software down is responsibility of Google Cloud. But if you look at something like platform as a service like App Engine, then the responsibilities are a little bit different because we're providing a platform in that instance. And so there's more responsibility on the customer regarding what apps they choose to deploy on, for example, App Engine. And if you look at GCP, which is the abbreviation for Google Cloud Platform, you'll hear me reference that later, that's infrastructure as a service. We're providing the infrastructure, and so we are generally handling the areas near the bottom, like network and storage encryption, hardened kernel and boot and hardware. But everything else, you're deploying the applications and machines that are being utilized in infrastructure as a service. So knowing that division of responsibilities is very important from a compliance perspective. The other thing I wanted to highlight with respect to this, there are many areas of responsibility, as I mentioned. From the security perspective, and again, it's a sliding scale, there's infrastructure security, network security, data security, and application security. And the responsibilities may change, as I mentioned, depending on what type of service you may choose to deploy. And then something which is almost certainly always a customer responsibility would be identity and access management, determining which of your users should have access to these services. Who gets accounts, for example? And then securing endpoints. What computers are you choosing to allow your users to use when they access the services? Are they allowed to use mobile devices? And if so, what should be the security policies? So the goal here is to provide capabilities across all of Google Cloud, GCP, G Suite, and connected devices that cover the whole stack. And that also involves specific security controls as well. So we want to provide capabilities and assistance across our services that cover the entire scope of these potential responsibilities. And with respect to this, we will also do things like provide help, like best practices, documentation to help support this, templates, and of course, products and solutions to address the shared responsibility model. And we have lots of collateral on this that you can reference. So everything that I've been telling you about our security capabilities, our data protection capabilities, when we say we don't use customer data to serve ads, or we don't use it for our own purposes, or that we protect your data, and we're responsible for this, and you're responsible for that, that's certainly important, but being able to conduct that assessment requires transparency. And in fact, everything that I could be telling you about our security capabilities could be lies. How do you know that I'm not lying to you right now? Your regulator expects you to know whether or not your cloud provider is telling you the truth. They expect you to conduct your due diligence, as I mentioned, to verify what we're saying is true. And a great way to be able to do that is to leverage third-party audits and certifications. And what this means is that we invite independent third-party auditors to come in and evaluate our affirmations regarding data protection, security, privacy. We have hundreds of controls that we'll talk about on the next slide that describe what our security practices are, from authentication, our own internal systems, network security, encryption, data use restrictions, data deletion, access management, background investigations. These controls, therefore, are verified by these third-party auditors that come in. And I want to highlight a few things in particular. One very useful aspect for due diligence purposes, because remember, we're talking about due diligence and what regulators expect. One very useful aspect of this is the SOC 2 report, as you can see here on the left. The SOC 2 report is a report that's generated by the auditors when they come in and evaluate our controls. The result of that audit is a very detailed and quite confidential report that describes our security controls and our data protection capabilities. And the use of the SOC 2 report is, what you would do is you would obtain that report, and then you would assess it in comparison to what your existing security requirements are. And they might be quite specific if you're in a regulated industry. The goal then is to review the two documents. And the SOC 2 report is several hundred pages, a couple hundred pages, I think, and quite detailed. The idea is to review the documentation and look for any differences between the security capabilities that we would be providing in Google Cloud, for example, and what your own requirements would be in your industry or vertical. And that gap assessment is therefore what you would focus on when it comes to what would be remediated in terms of cloud deployment. So that's the SOC 2 report, a detailed NDA report regarding our security capabilities. Now, the SOC 2 report is very useful because it's detailed, but it isn't in and of itself a security standard. There's no one that said, if Google does all these controls, suddenly you've attained a security or data protection standard. We're audited against an auditing standard, but it's not a security standard. And that's why a few years after we adopted SOC 2, we also adopted ISO 27001. And for people who don't know, ISO 27001 is an IT security standard. It's developed by the International Organization for Standardization. Representatives from virtually every country in the world come together and they create these standards. And the standards are in all sorts of verticals. They could do with manufacturing or housing or glass, but there's one involving IT. And they are the ones who write the security controls. They are the ones who come up with the controls. And then we are audited against ISO's controls. Therefore, if you achieve those controls, if your internal capabilities align with ISO 27001 requirements, then you receive a certification, like a diploma, from a third party. And that shows you've attained a certain level of security or data protection. The reason why we choose something international like ISO is because it increases the likelihood of its utility to customers in a global perspective. It also increases the likelihood of its acceptance by regulatory authorities around the world, because most likely regulators in that same country will have an agency or a same country representative to ISO who is involved in the standards creation process. So they have a voice already. It's not going to be the same regulator, it's usually a different representative, but each country typically has a voice for ISO in the creation of these controls or standards. The other two ISO certifications I want to point out, or controls I should say, is ISO 27017 and 18. ISO 27001 is an IT security standard, but it was created many years ago before the prevalence of cloud computing. More recently, ISO came out with additional controls that are focused specifically on cloud. They came out with new controls for cloud security, which is ISO 27018, and cloud privacy data protection, which is ISO 27018. And the nice thing about standards and these certifications is it allows for better understanding of the services. It allows for better transparency with regards to what the actual practices are. And it demonstrates to regulators, if you review them, review the audit reports and the certifications, that you've done work regarding your due diligence. Now, the ISO controls, by the way, are not things that the cloud providers can hand out. You actually have to buy the controls themselves from ISO as part of your due diligence assessment. So you buy the controls, and then you review them against the SOC 2 report and your own requirements, and that adds yet another layer of data protection capabilities and data protection readiness. Now, everything here that's listed are not third-party audits, but they are also regulatory frameworks that we have chosen to follow when it comes to the provisioning of services globally. So, for example, in the US, we offer business associates agreements for customers that are regulated by HIPAA if they're dealing with healthcare or patient information. Something else that we've noted is FedRAMP. We've had FedRAMP Moderate, where we can provide services to US government agencies. And we've maintained moderate impact level, and one thing I should note is that we are in the process of obtaining authorization for FedRAMP High Impact for 66 of our Google Cloud Platform products. We've already undergone third-party audit for FedRAMP High and submitted the required documentation to the government. So you'll see industry-specific regulatory frameworks that we need to follow, and so we will adopt them based on customer need. So HIPAA is one, FedRAMP is one. Down at the bottom, SEC 17A4 has to do with providing services to broker-dealers. In Germany, we obtained BSI C5. In Australia, last year, we obtained IRAP, which allows us to provide services to Australian government agencies. Of course, you see GDPR mentioned. I'll mention that soon. But there are other frameworks as well, like MTCS in Singapore, or the Australian privacy principles, or looking at guidance issued by the Australian Prudential Regulatory Authority for Financial Services. So we try to leverage international certifications whenever possible, but of course we will also obtain region or country-specific as necessary based on customers' requirements. Now, you heard me mention controls. Controls that are reviewed during our SOC 2 audit, controls that are mandated by ISO 27001, 17, and 18. There are lots and lots of controls, probably way more than what I've indicated here, but this is just an example of the areas that auditors are looking at, and this is exactly why you want to leverage this as part of your due diligence. Areas like information security and privacy compliance and business continuity. What if there's a disaster? Remember I mentioned incident management? How do you know that there's a process in case there's a data incident or a data leak? How do you notify your own users if you're not notified by the cloud provider? Incident management is also listed. What else? Cryptography, encryption, communication security, operational security, restrictions on data processing. You see purpose and scope of processing. This is where we're audited against the requirement that data is only processed or used for a particular purpose, not for Google's own purposes or for advertising or for use for Google's own purposes, like a competing product or what have you. It's all very, very important. Sub-processor disclosure. What if Google uses vendors? Who are the vendors? How are you supposed to evaluate them? So these are examples of the controls that are audited when we talk about third-party audits and certifications. But due diligence does not have to stop there. We also create white papers and have online resources that you can leverage to learn more about our services and our products as part of that risk assessment and due diligence process. Since GDPR launched last year, we released a data protection implementation guide, information on how to best provision, in this case G Suite, with respect to data processing obligations that may fall upon the users of Google Cloud, how to restrict certain services to help make sure the data is not otherwise being used contrary to those requirements. A paper on data deletion in Google Cloud Platform. Remember we talked about how do you know that when you delete data, it's actually deleted? What if regulators ask? And I guarantee you that many people who use the cloud don't even think about that. But you should. And here's where you can find more information. Security white papers. We also have, of course, technical documentation and much more thorough information regarding the utilization of the services as well. You can also go on our website and look up standards and regulations and certification to get more detailed information about some of the frameworks that we've covered earlier. Now, we talked about data centers and where data is, transparency regarding potential locations for your data. You need to be able to know about Google's data center infrastructure. And speaking of infrastructure, what sort of factors do we look into when it comes to choosing a particular site? Now, I should say that many of our services utilize many different data centers for business continuity and geographical redundancy purposes. Some services also allow you to choose a specific data center, if you'd like. Excuse me, it depends on the services. But the factors that we might consider when it comes to data center selection, site selection. Why does Google choose to open a data center in one country versus another? Now, people might think, as part of the due diligence process, people might think, oh, it's because you do it because there's great bandwidth, or you have a lot of users in that area that aren't served by local infrastructure. But there are also other factors that we consider when it comes to site selection, besides bandwidth and cost. What about policy? We don't want to have a data center in a country that does not have a stable government or a rule of law. If there's no functioning court system, then how are we supposed to be able to defend our interests and those of our customers when we have a data center in country? So we need a rule of law, we need a functioning court system. Content is something else that we consider. We don't want to build a data center in a country where we would directly, as Google, be liable for all the content that people would post on our systems. We need to have a mechanism to be protected from that and to protect the interests of our users. Trade. You won't see us building a data center as a US company in countries where it's unlawful for us to do so. So you won't be seeing data centers in OFAC-restricted countries like North Korea and Sudan and Syria and Cuba and the like. So that's another consideration. So the fact that data centers are deployed where they are is not by chance, and it's not just based on cost. So we talked about shared responsibility and compliance assessments. We talked about the importance of transparency, verifying what we're saying about our services is actually true, so you can make that demonstration to your regulators. Now let's talk about contractual commitments. Oh, there's one example I want to provide, regarding transparency. A real life example. A few years ago, a school system in Northern Europe, in the Nordics, they were contacted by their data protection authority in Europe. And their question to them was, you're using G Suite for your school system, for your students. How do you know that Google is not using the student data for advertising purposes? How do you know they're not using their personal data for ads? Now, how would a school respond to that? The way they would respond to it, and the way they did respond to it, was by referencing the appropriate controls that were surfaced during, for example, the ISO 27018 audit. The ISO controls that focus on data protection. Remember there was a control that talked about scope of processing and data restriction? That's the control they referenced. They used that to respond to the regulator inquiry, and that helped resolve it. Third-party audited control. So yes, it's super important. I don't want people to underestimate the importance of reviewing these audits and certifications as part of their assessment. It can help when proactively engaging with regulators, and it could help if you get a regulatory inquiry. I have seen customers get in trouble for not doing any due diligence. If a regulator asks, why are you using this cloud provider or that one or this one, the answer should not be because they're really good. The answer should be because I conducted an assessment based on our third-party audits and controls, and it doesn't have to be Google Cloud. It could be any provider. This is baseline. So, to continue, contractual commitments. Why are contractual commitments important? Like I said, transparency is critical to verify what we're saying is true, but it doesn't really matter if nothing's in writing. What's going to obligate us to continue to do these third-party audits and maintain these certifications if it's not in writing? And there have been many cases where regulatory authorities have asked to see the contracts between the cloud customer and the cloud provider. And by the way, there could be a question regarding, are you in a regulated industry? Things to think about. You may already know this because you've been doing this for a long time for your own business, but regulated industries could concern education, for example, or student records, or financial services, or government, or specific data elements in any of those areas. Or if you're dealing, even if you don't think you're working in a regulated industry, you may be dealing with regulated data, like personal data of European users, for example, that could be covered under GDPR. So even if you're not in a highly regulated industry, these are still very helpful and useful best practices for your own edification and for your own diligence. So I mentioned that I've seen regulators, particularly financial services regulators, ask for contracts between the customer and the cloud provider. So the regulators want to ensure that the contracts have the protections that are required to ensure the cloud provider is doing what they're supposed to be doing, and to ensure that the customer, let's say a bank, is sufficiently protecting the interests of their clients, their customers, and their users when using a cloud provider. So, what sort of things are we looking for when it comes to contracts with your cloud provider? And I'm not going to give a whole treatise about contracts because that's super boring and you don't want to hear it and I don't want to do it. But very quickly, there are basically 3 areas when it comes to the contracts that you may see with Google Cloud. We have the fundamental baseline customer agreement. And that's where you may find things like commercial terms, billing, how much does it cost, what sort of technical support do you get based on the service that you're obtaining, who owns the IP of the data that you're putting into the systems. And again, remember I said Google does not claim ownership of the content that you're providing in our systems. But then something that's really important for our discussion are the data processing terms. And we have these both for Google Cloud Platform and for G Suite. And we're gonna focus on that in the next slide, but at a very high level, these are where we have the privacy commitments. This is where we have the data use restrictions. Remember we talked about that control regarding limiting the scope of processing? This is where we maintain our obligation to have these repeated third-party audits and certifications. As you don't want them ending the minute you sign up for a service, right? So there has to be an obligation to keep doing them annually or biannually or what have you. Obligations for things like data deletion. When you delete data, when will it go away and in how long? And then finally, we have region or industry-specific terms, like EU model contract clauses, which is specific to Europe. So if you have European users, but you're storing data in Google's global infrastructure, you need a mechanism to export personal data. So that's what EU model clauses are for. You heard me mention business associates agreements, which is important for HIPAA compliance for our customers, where we obligate ourselves to certain commitments to serve customers that have HIPAA obligations. FSI audit clauses, we'll talk about that later as well, but banks require special clauses that their regulators would otherwise mandate. And of course, there's special language regarding industry-specific requirements like FedRAMP, which you heard me talk about a little bit earlier. So that's generally the contract structure, but let's focus in on the data processing terms. This is really, I think, one of the main focus areas of this discussion. And this is where the written legal obligations are set forth so that you know we are committing ourselves as a cloud provider to these obligations. So for example, this is where we promise that data will not be used for any other purpose, for example, than to process the data per your instructions, to provide the services, and not using customer data for ads. Because people may typically confuse consumer services like search with business services like Google Cloud, which are completely different. This is where we include an obligation that when you delete your data, it will be purged within a specific period of time. The data will no longer exist. And I would posit that in many cases, this is different than what people would do with data on site. I don't know a lot of companies that have on-site data centers that will actually purge the empty space on their servers necessarily. This is where we maintain the obligation, or we include the obligation to maintain these audit reports and certifications that you've heard me talk about so much. This is where we say, we will do this, we will not end it every year, you will have it, it will be refreshed, you can access it, what have you. Same thing with certifications. Sub-processors. You heard me talk about what if Google uses vendors? How do we know that Google isn't outsourcing all of their data processing capabilities and sharing all of my personal data or financial services data with third parties? I can tell you that as Google Cloud, obviously we do the vast majority of data processing ourselves. That's why people use Google, and we use ourselves as well. But there could be services that we outsource, like technical support, or customer support, or 24/7 coverage, or different languages. But if that is the case, then again, regulators expect you to know who these sub-processors are, vendors, if you will, and in many cases obligate you to be notified if there's ever going to be a change to them. So in these data processing terms, we provide a link to an externally facing page where we list all of the vendors that we might use for these purposes. where they're based, and then an obligation to notify our customers if there's going to be a change so that customers have an opportunity, for example, to terminate the contract. Security measures. We include an obligation to make sure that we protect the data. This is where we include an obligation to provide you notice in case there's a data incident. Because as I mentioned, you may have your own regulatory compliance obligations with regards to notifying users of a data incident. And it's unlikely, but if it ever happens, you need to know yourself so that you can comply with your own obligation. So that's where we include that, for example. From a privacy perspective, we also include pointers to a data privacy officer, someone that you can contact through the contract if you have questions from a privacy perspective. So this is why the data processing terms are so important for Google Cloud, particularly GCP, Google Cloud Platform, and G Suite. So we talked about shared responsibility, transparency and control, the importance of contracts, where the written obligations are, and that regulators sometimes want to see them. Finally, let's talk about some of the more recent regulatory changes and things that are top of mind for us right now. Let's talk about regulated markets and the themes that we've seen, particularly when it comes to specific frameworks. As I mentioned, regulators want to see the type of data that's stored. They want to ensure that customers in regulated markets, and let's use financial services as an example, banking regulators or securities regulators. They want to ensure that if a securities firm or a bank moves to the cloud, that the customers can maintain the same type of oversight over their cloud provider as they could hosting the data on-prem, right? That means customers need to be able to have audit capabilities of their cloud provider. You've heard me talk about how third-party audits and certifications are so important from a diligence perspective. In highly regulated markets such as banking, regulators may demand that customers have a direct audit right over their provider. And so in those markets, we do provide that. Now, of course, it's very difficult from a scalability perspective. If 1/100th of 1% of all our customers chose an audit, we'd have 10,000 audits being initiated every day. So we strongly encourage the use of third-party audit reports, but we do provide that capability. The other thing that's important for many regulators we've seen in financial services, as an example, is the importance to them to make sure that their oversight capabilities over the customer do not change if the customer moves to the cloud. Because regulators right now, they expect the ability to be able to audit their licensee, their bank, anytime they want, any place, they audit their license, they're just going to do it. So we often have concerns from regulators that if a customer moves to the cloud, how is that capability maintained? And we mentioned to regulators, and we also have this in special regulatory terms. Remember, I mentioned regulation-specific or industry-specific terms. We include language that says just because the customer moves to the cloud doesn't mean that they've changed their reporting requirements to their regulators. We acknowledge that they are still within the jurisdiction of that regulatory authority. And it's important for customers to demonstrate to their regulators that banks still have that similar oversight capability. We actually have language that provides customers with the right, should they so choose, to share the data directly with the regulatory authorities if they want to as the customer. And we are just the provider. It's between them and their regulator. So we want to ensure that customers can have oversight over us. We allow the regulators to audit us if necessary. They can have oversight over us. And then the important thing for customers to do, besides demonstrating compliance with due diligence, is to help the regulators understand that their oversight does not change in the use of cloud. So that could include things like financial regulatory audit. It can include regulators or customers wanting to visit data centers as part of a direct audit. The point is that we have special considerations that are industry-specific to help address this, and a lot of this does involve regulators maintaining jurisdiction and direct audits. I can't have a talk about regulated markets without talking about GDPR. This is what passed several years ago and took effect May 25th of last year. And for people who have been under a rock, it's the most significant piece of data protection legislation that has been passed in a long time, 20 years, and the idea was to harmonize EU data protection law. Now, I know we are in the US, and this is a US discussion, but it's also a global discussion. GDPR could apply to any multinational organization that has users, customers, employees, students that are EU persons. And so that's why GDPR is still important for us to look at. For Google, it was more of a evolutionary process rather than revolutionary. And I'll talk about that more on the next slide. But the important thing here is that it aims to strengthen the rights of individual users in Europe with respect to their personal data. It focuses on personal data. And it harmonizes EU law. Prior to the data protection regulation, there was the Data Protection Directive of 1995. And that wasn't really a law in and of itself. The Directive of 95 basically instructed countries in Europe to pass their own laws. There was harmony, but not exactly. And so that's why the regulation has direct force of law, and that was the goal, one of the many goals. Excuse me. So from a Google perspective, there are a number of things that remained the same for us, things that changed and things that were new. And again, this is something that we pivoted to in May of last year. The core principles of the GDPR with respect to previous EU law, the Data Protection Directive, remain the same. Purposeful limitation. And again, when I say that, I talk about restricting the use of data or how data is processed to very specific purposes, only to the instructions of customers. That remains the same. Obligations to delete the data, to protect the data. The foundation for transferring data, personal data from Europe to the rest of the world, things like Privacy Shield and model contract clauses, those remain the same. But there are some things that are stricter or were new in GDPR, like stricter obligations for data processors. You haven't heard me use that term before, but using the EU construct, cloud providers are typically the data processors in the enterprise context. We process data according to the instructions of our customers, and our customers typically are the data controllers. They instruct us on how the data should be processed. Under previous EU law, the data processors, the cloud providers, were not directly liable to the regulators. It was the data controllers that were responsible. But that all changed under GDPR. Now the processors, the providers like Google, are directly responsible, in addition to the customers, for compliance with GDPR. So that's new. But what's not new in many cases for Google are things like incident notification. That's a new requirement in GDPR, but we've been doing that for many, many years because there were other laws that mandated it for quite a long time. And so we've already provided that in our contracts. Data portability, data return, that's a new GDPR obligation. But for folks that have been using our services, you'll probably know we've offered data portability capabilities also for many years. We enhanced them for GDPR, but they're not new. The right for data protection regulators and customers to audit us. We've again had that for many years based on regulatory guidance to facilitate adoption in Europe, but that's also new for GDPR. And of course, remember you heard me talk about the disclosure of vendors, sub-processors? That's a new requirement under GDPR, but again, it's something we've been doing for years based on regulatory guidance. But what is new, as I mentioned, is that it applies to data processors, cloud providers, as well as customers. There are much greater fines, up to 4% global turnover. That gets everyone's attention real fast. And of course, there are very specific contractual obligations. And our data processing terms have been updated for GDPR. The other thing I want to talk about is the California Consumer Privacy Act. How many people here have heard of that so far? Okay, that's good. So very quickly, regarding the CCPA, it takes effect in 2020, in January 2020. It was passed in 2018. It has good goals. The goals of the California Consumer Privacy Act is to improve transparency. You remember we've talked so much about transparency regarding the handling of personal data by companies. It talks about giving consumers more control over that data regarding the personal data that they may place into the system. It includes obligations to secure that personal data, things that we've talked about also. and it holds companies accountable. So in many cases, there are similarities to things like GDPR. And in that respect, we are leveraging a lot of our GDPR work for CCPA. They're not the same, but there are similarities that we can use with regards to the diligence that we've done over the last several years. It applies to businesses of all sizes who interact with people that are in California. So that's the nexus. There's a very strong California connection because it is a state law that is coming into effect. Now, with that said, the law was passed very quickly, and it may change over time. We don't know exactly what those changes will be. It's very far-reaching right now. It may change, it may improve. And we personally are assessing the law from an enterprise perspective and how it would apply to Google Cloud. And as I mentioned, we may very well leverage our GDPR work as things evolve. So it does take effect in 2020. It may change. There are things that we're watching closely, and as things develop, we'll have more to talk about. But that's generally where things are with the California Consumer Privacy Act. So you've heard me talk about working with regulatory authorities. It's very important for us as a cloud provider to seek clarity when there is not clarity when it comes to the regulation of companies that are utilizing cloud services. So we've worked very hard over the last few years to interact with regulatory authorities all over the world in key markets. Now, this is not endorsements, but these are examples of regulators that we have worked with to seek their feedback and hopefully incorporate that into our services. And the reasons why we work with regulators is, there are a number of reasons, actually. For example, some regulators, particularly in the earlier days, were not familiar with cloud computing, what it was. They were not quite clear about things like shared responsibility. They needed to learn more regarding cloud so that they could provide guidance to their users, to their licensees. So we work with them along with our public policy colleagues and legal colleagues to provide background about the cloud. And in many cases, regulatory authorities want deep dives from a cloud provider. They want to know, what is your incident response process? What is your business continuity process? What is your process for reviewing vendors when you choose a vendor to do customer support? How are you ensuring that you only limit their access to data to what is absolutely required, which, by the way, is what we do. So we give them that deep dive, that information they need to help that assessment. And in many cases, regulatory authorities will launch or publish cloud guidance, how you can leverage cloud systems for the financial services industry. And in order to issue that cloud guidance, they need to be able to obtain information from cloud providers about cloud architecture, how cloud works, pain points, and what have you. The other reason why we work directly with regulatory authorities is because we want their feedback for our contracts. For example, let's say a regulator in a particular jurisdiction says, your contract is bad because it doesn't give customers direct audit rights. So we say, all right, we'll put direct audit rights in the contract. We want to make sure we have direct oversight as the regulator regarding your IT systems. Okay, well, you can be provided with whatever information you like. And so the idea is we want their feedback for our contracts ahead of time to make sure that everything is taken care of before customers adopt the services. Now, that may not always be the case. There could be cases where we haven't engaged yet and we do it after the fact. But ideally, we want to do it ahead of time to make sure that cloud adoption is facilitated in each of those markets. And we do have lots of customers that we are fortunate to have at Google Cloud who are in highly regulated markets, and we have worked closely with respect to everything we've talked about here in this presentation. These are real, actual practices, and they're very important to deploy. So let's review what we talked about today. We talked about shared responsibility, the importance of conducting a compliance assessment and making sure that you have the information you need to conduct a meaningful risk assessment and determining what the shared responsibility model should be based on the services. We talked about transparency, making sure you have the data you need to conduct a meaningful risk assessment. That's critical, right, to demonstrate diligence. We talked about the importance of contractual commitments and making sure that the obligations are in writing in case you need to demonstrate that to a regulator. And we talked about evolving regulations and things that we're looking out for, such as GDPR and the California Consumer Privacy Act, and market-specific considerations like financial services. So ultimately, what we hope and what I hope is that you will consider partnering with Google to meet your regulatory compliance needs. Anything you need, you should be able to find. We'd certainly like to help you on our website as well. And I'd like to thank you for your time and your patience. And that's it for the presentation. One thing to add, if you can, please provide feedback. It's very valuable for us, and it would be very, very helpful. So thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sec 106, Detecting Threats in Logs at Cloud Scale. My name is Tim. I'm the product manager responsible for this. And let's get started. So much of Google Cloud is bringing what we do internally to the world. Internally, we use Dory every day to source questions during things like TGIF, which of course happens on Thursday. So today, on Tuesday, you can use Dory to ask me questions at the end of the talk. So diving in, I'm Tim. I'm a product manager here at Google. Past experience at companies like Stripe, where I served half of the accounts at Stripe, and at Shape Security, where I probably ended up installed on all of your phones, protecting all of your banking. So what are we going to talk about today? Today, we get to talk about something we're calling event threat detection. And this is our initial beta launch. We're very excited about it. And ETD is, if you take one thing away from this session, here it is. ETD is a way to detect threats in your logs at cloud scale. ETD is a managed service we're offering that looks at your Stackdriver logs, finds bad stuff in them, and lets you know. You've now got the gist of my talk, and if you want, you can go to a different talk. All right, so what are we going to do? We're going to talk about ETD. We're going to talk about how it integrates, and then I'm going to do a demo. And I will let one person in this room become owner on a project which has a GCP credit card backing it. So you can mine as much cryptocurrency as you want between when I make you editor and when I catch you. So get ready if you want to be owner. So some trends, because what fun would a talk be if I didn't get to talk about a couple of trends real quick. So we think about logs, we think about security, we think about the history of security, and I think about Cliff Stoll's book, Cuckoo's Egg, and how back in the 80s, he found the KGB breaking into Berkeley thanks to log data. A 7-cent discrepancy in the billing logs is what tipped Cliff off. And so we've been doing this for a long time, and what I'm telling you is not rocket science, but it is cool because we're doing it in a way that's managed and new and at much lower cost. So we've built powerful detections. I'm sure everybody here, who here detects threats with logs? Yeah, we all do it. It's cool. But it's expensive. And with the growth in computing systems and the growth of hybrid and multi-cloud worlds, perimeter defense has gotten a lot harder. Log data has exploded in volumes, and putting it all into your legacy SIEM is probably more expensive than you'd like. I talk to users every day who say, oh, I've got all these DNS logs, and if only I could store all of them, I could do detections. And it's too expensive for them. We have end-to-end encryption now on so many of our services, making traditional deep packet inspection, network intrusion detection way harder than they were. And we have heterogeneous systems now presenting really heterogeneous logs. And so if these sound like problems you've seen, they're problems that we've seen internally. And so what we're doing with ETD is dealing with this world, where it's getting more expensive to fail, where compliance and regulation are more expensive than ever. And despite all that we're spending, our losses remain stubbornly high. And we wouldn't be here today if that wasn't the case. So it's really exciting to see everybody here validating what I said, because nothing's better than having what you say validated. So ETD aims to address all of this in this context. So you may have seen this slide before at this show. This is the Google Infrastructure Security Defense in Depth story. And what we like to say is, in this world of trouble, we do all of these things for you by default at scale. From our hardware, which is purpose-built for our data centers, from chips to network, ensuring a secure supply chain, to how we do service deployment with signed binaries where everything that goes into production is known from its source, to our storage, how we're automatically encrypted at rest, how we're automatically encrypted at transit, to our identity and access, where I can't log into a system without second factor and real security there. With our secure communication over the internet, where everything is encrypted in transit, and our operational and device security, where 24/7, you, as our users, benefit from our expertise in production. So with that context of bad things happen, the SIEM is expensive, Google's doing some stuff to secure you, we have a world where bad things still happen. Bad guys are still getting in, and even when the IOCs are present, we're not always well equipped to detect them. So what if you, our users, and your users, could take advantage of Google's incredible scale, incredible threat intelligence, and ability to do that all in near real time to protect your environments? So this is where we are with ETD. Event threat detection is what we're announcing. It's inspired, like many things here, by how Google protects itself, and it's built to expect the heterogeneity of the environments that you present us. So ETD today takes in logs from Stackdriver logging, processes them with a combination of our knowledge of cloud and our threat intelligence that we develop by looking at the entire internet every day and using that knowledge to protect ourselves. And we give you findings that are very high quality in Security Command Center. So this is the big takeaway slide. And again, I'm being efficient with your time. Bad stuff on the left, ETD in the middle to process all your logs, findings of very high quality on the right. And so we don't live in a world anymore where we need to put everything into the SEM. We have a world now where we can process our logs in near real time, and we'll see in a minute how fast it is, put the high quality findings where your analysts can interact with them, and not spend all of that money indexing and storing logs, which you really would have benefited from once and maybe twice if you're doing an investigation. And we can talk about that too. So ETD, Event Threat Detection, streaming logs processor to detect bad things in your log data at Google scale using our threat intelligence. So what does it look like end to end? I think of this as the security logs club journey. First, you produce and centralize. Then you detect. Step 3 is your, what other people would call SOAR, what I'll call enrich, orchestrate, automate. 4, visualize it in one place, a single pane of glass. 5, forensicate, which I insist is a word. And then 6 is remediate. And all of this you can do in GCP, more or less out of the box today. And so what does this look like? On the produce and centralize side, the first rule of Security Logs Club is centralize your logs. You're not going to be able to do what you want to do unless you have everything in one place. That's just how it is. You can't correlate, you can't see the connections, you can't get that same visibility unless you're centralizing your logs. So, in GCP, all of our services, by default, and you can't turn it off, produce your cloud audit logs. You can also additionally enable your VPC flow logs, your firewall logs. You can carry logs out of your GCE instances using FluentD. And we're looking at even more log types on the horizon. So in GCP, you have good logging by default that you can make better by turning things on, like VPC flow logs, like your firewall logs, like GCE logs with FluentD. Step 2 is detect. So ETD is here to do that. We will watch your Stackdriver logging stream, and we will give you detections today for these threats. So we look at what we see in GCP. We see plenty of malware. We see plenty of crypto mining. We see lots of phishing. There's IAM abuse. And then these 2 at the bottom here, outgoing DDoS and port scanning. These are common signs that a project or an instance has been popped. It's a common use by a bad guy. Pretty cheap monetization on this, but common sign of lateral movement and common sign of exploitation of an instance. And then finally, SSH brute force, we see as one of the more common ways that instances actually get popped in cloud. And so it's kind of funny that something from so long ago is how we're still getting pwned. So we've built a detection for that because we know it's helpful. And so what are we looking at for these detections? With malware, crypto mining, we're looking at hashes coming out of Linux IMA's module, delivered via auditd and FluentD to Stackdriver. We have an incredible knowledge of hashes that we get from our threat intelligence, threat attribution group inside Google. We have domains and IPs that come from that group and others. And so we're looking at those logs, the VPC flow logs, the firewall logs, to pull out that intelligence. For IAM abuse, we're looking at the cloud audit logs. For outgoing DDoS and port scanning, again, your flow logs. And brute force SSH, again, syslog, delivered via FluentD. So once you've detected, your analysts need some context to evaluate findings. It's no good just to look at a finding that says, hey, there is brute force SSH. Your analyst will say, well, what instance is this? Is this a jump box? Is this something that shouldn't be exposed to the internet in the first place? So we think it's very important to give people this context, and we'll talk about a way to do that with Cloud Functions in a minute. That automation can decorate the functions in Security Command Center, so your analyst doesn't just look at what we know. The analyst can automate what they would do every time they look at that same finding and decorate that context onto the finding. That way they can save time, keep their focus, make better decisions faster. We're going to have an open source community for these Cloud Functions to pull in context from across GCP, across on-prem systems, and from wherever you want. We're really excited about this. We think that this is not something that people are going to see as secret sauce, but instead is something that they can contribute to making everybody more secure together. Cloud Functions can also export to your ticketing system or SEM of choice. And so the early version of this demo actually sent the findings out to Slack. I decided not to show you all Slack today because I'm sure we see Slack enough. But there's no reason you can't hook up a Cloud Function and send these things onto Slack or onto Jira, onto ServiceNow, onto wherever you want via that API. And finally, we're going to look at automating response with these cloud functions as well. And so when we get to the demo, you'll see what I mean. And I think it's pretty cool what you can do all within the GCP ecosystem. So having enriched and automated and orchestrated your response, your analyst probably wants to see what's going on. And so with Security Command Center, we'll get more in depth with SCC in a minute. But with SCC, you have a dashboard for your highest priority findings. You have list and detail views where you can analyze your trends over time. You can dig into things, see the correlations. And there's a lot more to come with this product. And Andy Chang, the PM for this, is giving a talk earlier today, which I think is recorded, as well as a encore talk on Thursday because it was nearly as sold out as this. So lots of exciting stuff happening there. Now, Forensicate. We see findings, and it doesn't tell us the whole story. It gives us a point in time. It gives us a single observation. Maybe it gives us a couple of observations. It's not enough for your security team to see that something bad happened. They need to figure out why, how, the extent of the blast radius. And so what we're telling customers to do is take those logs that are in Stackdriver and either store them there or export them to BigQuery. And once your logs are in BigQuery, you can do cool things on your own using BigQuery ML, building models, understanding what looks normal for your system and what looks like a deviation from that. We think this is really important, and when we look at how Google does this internally, we make a ton of use of Dremel on our security team. And Dremel is what we call BigQuery internally. So we think this is really a fundamental enabler for security teams, and especially if you're moving away from a SEM world and into a cloud world, you'll want to be keeping your logs either in Stackdriver or in BigQuery. Finally, remediate. So we think about the systems involved in managing security in an organization today, and you've got a lot. I ask users how many things they have. They raise a lot of fingers, sometimes their toes as well. And what we want to do is keep users from having to plug all these different things together, have users get out of the swivel chair mode from one app to another, copy and paste in context, and instead, within the realm of GCP, move your knowledge and information from where detection happens to where visualization happens to where remediation happens. And so IRM, our incident response management system, developed internally to empower our SREs to more efficiently respond to incidents, also is being made available to cloud customers to help you respond to incidents, both operational and security. And so with IRM and with SCC, we have a one-click integration to take a finding out of SCC with all of its rich context, pull it into IRM, and add it to either a new incident, so your analyst can start doing the thing, or into an existing incident as you build that context and that story around how something went wrong, what are all the involved things, what are all of the findings related, and what do we need to do to clean it up. And so this entire end-to-end journey happens within GCP without your analyst copying and pasting, without plugging systems together, without worrying about authorization and access control between the different systems. So what do we actually get in the box today? So if you turn on ETD in the private beta, as I hope everyone here will once we're ready for you, you get a very easy onboarding process. It's turn on the API, and then it's 3 steps. The first is tell us what projects you want us to watch. So this is the sources bit of things. Wow, a lot of photos, that's exciting. So in our world, we think of things in terms of projects, and so you tell us which projects you want us to watch. Either watch all the projects, which is the recommended mode, watch all but a subset you feel privacy conscious about, or watch only a limited subset. And you might do that if you think only these ones matter, or only these ones are valid during a test. So make your choice there. Tell us where you want us to write the findings. By default, we always write to Stackdriver Security Command Center. And additionally, you can tell us a Stackdriver logging project to write to. And so that Stackdriver logging project is where you'll put your findings so that your automated tools can pick them up so you can do orchestration, automation, and enrichment against those findings. And then finally, you tell us what rules you want us to use. We've got a set of rules today, and it's going to keep growing in the future. And so what we want is for you to turn on all the rules that you're confident in, or all of the rules, and see how it goes. And so as we go through our beta period, we're going to be adding more and more rules, and we have a roadmap. I have some of my engineers in the room, and they don't want me to say how many, but there's a lengthy roadmap, and it grows every day. Every time I talk to a user, you have some cool idea of something you'd like us to detect. So 3 steps to turn it on. Tell us what to watch, tell us where to put the findings, and tell us what rules to use. These are the detections. We've talked about these so far. But getting into the malware one, this is one that we're really excited about. And this is an area we're going to continue growing. So today, it's fairly straightforward. We look at hashes, and we've got good knowledge of what hashes are good and bad. We've got IP addresses, we've got domains. And so for each of these, we're going to be looking at different log types, whether for hashes, it's Linux IMA, or NetFlow, VPC flow logs for domains and IPs. You can imagine, though, that a hash is a hash. And if we have a detector that's looking at hashes in Linux, we could also extend this to look at hashes executed on Windows. And that's where we're going with that. You can imagine, well, Tim, you've got a detector looking at VPC flow logs. What about my on-prem flow logs? What about my on-prem firewall logs? And you're right, at the end of the day, bad IPs and bad domains, they're the same whether they're accessed from GCP or on-prem. And so we're going in that direction as well, expanding this coverage not just to look at your GCP resources, but become log centralization across your entire portfolio. And so crypto mining is the same story, and we see lots of that in GCP. Phishing, this is a good defense for your corp network. And then the others, I'm going to do a demo for the IAM one, which is fun. So with Cloud Security Command Center, that comes with this as part of the experience. This is a way for you to gather and integrate your context at the org level. We've got asset inventory where you can see all of your projects, networks, assets. You can understand the context around your security info. You can act on your security information here. And it's a hub for the entire portfolio of GCP security products and services. And so it's not just ETD. There's Cloud Security Command Center's scanners. There's Cloud Anomaly Detection. There's Security Health Analytics, which is either being announced today or tomorrow, and please don't repeat that if it hasn't been announced yet. And there's a whole host of third-party integrations with SCC as well. And so SCC becomes the central pane of glass where all of your information on threats, on vulnerabilities, and on your underlying assets comes together, where your analysts can act on it in a coordinated, orchestrated, unified place. So what does ETD look like from an architecture standpoint? On the left-hand side, we have the produce stage of logs. Cloud logging is centralized. ETD box is detection. And on the right-hand side, we have two paths. One into Cloud SCC and into IRM for your visualize and remediate. And on the bottom, we have cloud logging off to BigQuery and Cloud Functions to export to your on-prem systems. And so we know that users aren't just on GCP, and we want to meet you where you are. And so we haven't built any walled garden around our findings. We haven't made it deliberately difficult to get them out. We've made it deliberately easy to get them out. In fact, we've gone so far as to build multiple Splunk connectors to get your findings out of GCP and into Splunk, where we know your analysts like to work. It's much easier to hire people who have Splunk experience than SCC experience. So this is what the architecture looks like for the GCP land. Compute logs via FluentD on top, GCP audit logs in the middle, VPC flow logs on the bottom, and there's more to come here in GCP as well. Cloud logging into ETD into your subsequent systems. For on-prem, for custom detection. So lots of users want to say, well, Tim, you've got those detections. I've got this really clever idea of how to detect stuff. And so what do I do? Well, there's a lot of options, but two of them are to put your logs into BigQuery and run a scheduled query, say every 15 minutes, looking at the last 15 minutes of logs and saying, do I see these indicators? Do I see this pattern? Do I see this correlation? And the other is to do it more similarly to how we do things with a streaming job in Dataflow. And so whether you want to write a streaming detection or a batch window detection, you can do that with the fundamentals that GCP gives you. Stackdriver, nicely enough, integrates really easily with BigQuery, and it's not that hard to integrate with Dataflow either. And so you can take those same findings you generate and put them side by side with our findings, either in Stackdriver logging or in Security Command Center, just like you would any other. And so you have a unified journey here of our detections and your detections working together. In the future, we're going to extend this to make this a little easier to go, give you a little bit more power out of the box when it comes to having your analysts write good rules, test good rules, update and manage the rules. There's a whole lifecycle piece there that we're working on. So, I promised a demo, and now I'm going to do a demo. So could we switch to the demo, please? Oh, wait, don't switch to the demo yet. Go back. What I want to show you is the architecture for the demo before we go in, so you know what's going on. We're going to have two demos. The first is going to make somebody owner of a project. And so we're going to look at the audit logs, which are produced automatically, pulled into Stackdriver, into ETD, and then we'll look at the finding in both of the places where they get written. That'll be the first one. The second one, we're actually going to run some malware on an instance, have the VPC flow logs, pick it up, The VPC flow logs go into Stackdriver logging, into ETD, and then we'll see the finding in both Cloud Security Command Center as well as logging. So, first things first, our IAM demo. And now I'm ready to switch over. Let's make this a little bigger so everybody in the back can see it. So, standard GCP Cloud Console. There's no smoke and mirrors. I'm actually just running in production right now, which is kind of fun. Who wants to be added as an editor on this project? What is your email address, sir? Specifically, what's your Gmail address? I need a Gmail address. Yes, please. All right, you're a brave man. We're going to make you editor on this project, and you have as much time as the system gives you to mine as much Bitcoin as possible. You ready? We're going to add you. Yes, update. That's the idea. Okay, so we'll hit refresh and we'll find you here. I'll prove that I added you. There's no smoke and mirrors. There you are as an editor. So congratulations, you now own my project. Have fun. But I don't think you're going to own it for long, because that audit log has been written to Stackdriver, picked up by ETD, and if I hit refresh over here in Security Command Center, we should see a new finding for it. And so I've made this a little small, but you can see here our card on the home page, event threat detection, our findings. We're going to click in, and we'll see right now we have a new finding from 240.45, that was a second ago, and it says persistence. IAM anomalous grant. We'll click into this, and I hope this is big enough that people can see. But you can see the finding type, when we found this, what the source was, and we can scroll down to the properties, and we can see, okay, it's a persistence technique. They're trying to get some persistent access to our organization. We see the user who's been added here. We see the role as editor, and the bozo who added him is me. So as a security admin, you now have a couple of cool things in this finding. One, you have a finding that tells you somebody was added as an owner or an editor who shouldn't have been, so that's pretty powerful. You have exactly who was added, you have exactly what role they got, and you know which person on your team's wrist to go slap for making such a bad choice. And so we see this all the time. It's a common technique to establish persistence in an organization if you own an admin's account. It's a common thing that happens in phishing. It's a common thing that people do if they want to have backdoor access for whatever reason. And so here it is in Security Command Center. We can pop over to Stackdriver and have a look at the log version of it. And you can see here it is at 240. You can scroll down. All of the same information is available here in the JSON object. So if you want to script against this, you can. It goes into PubSub very nicely, exports to on-prem systems very nicely, and it's all there for your automation to pick up and operate against. Now, I wrote some automation as well, and well, I didn't. Tom did. Tom's here. He wouldn't let me get away with that claim. Tom wrote some automation against this to pick up these findings and actually take away that ownership. And so if we go back to IAM right now, I can hit refresh, and Davis is unfortunately going to be gone. How much Bitcoin did you mine? Not enough, yes, not enough at all. So you can see he's not there anymore. So within seconds, we were able to add him, detect it, and remove him. And just so you know I'm not pulling your leg, here's the execution of that Cloud function that did the removal. So that's the first demo. Yeah, all right, cool. It worked, right? So now the next thing, we're gonna connect to an instance here. And this is, a perfectly nice, happy instance. But unfortunately, like many instances, it was running some software that had some vulnerability that some bad person on the internet found and exploited. And so we're going to connect to it. You can see here's a standard cloud SSH thing. And I'll zoom in so you can see what I'm going to do. I'm not actually going to do anything that fancy. I'm just going to run malware.sh. Classic malware right there. And like all good malware, it doesn't tell us it did anything. But it did. It called out to its command and control server, as malware is wont to do. And because we have this instance in a network with VPC flow logs turned on, we were able to detect that. So if we tab back over to Security Command Center now, we're going to see a new finding for the malware. And so the malware did its thing, called home, had a TCP connection, got whatever instructions it got. VPC flow logs picked that up. Those ended up in Stackdriver. That ended up in ETD. And the ETD finding will have ended up in Command Center. And so if the demo gods are smiling on me, when I hit this button, we'll see another finding. Look at that. It worked. Very exciting. Here's the malware detection. And so we can scroll down, and you can see again, we're telling you, OK, what's the indicator involved? We were looking at a domain. It's a bad domain, not some like domain-generated domain, just a straight up, we know this domain is bad. It's a technique of malware. I think it's pretty high priority. And then we can scroll down here and look at some properties and see that the malware connected to 3322.org, and it was in this project ID from this subnetwork with this subnetwork name. Now you might say, well, why do I care about the project? And so we want to put in enough context here so that if your analyst sees a finding like this and the network has some name like malware lab or testing area, they're less concerned than if it says, you know, PCI environment or PHI environment or production. And so just like that, we executed malware and had it show up here. And so you know I'm not pulling your leg. We'll pull the VPC flow logs. I'm back here in Stackdriver. You can see here's our one at 1444.22. We'll tab over here and look at our detector. 1444.22, 759, 496. So we're looking at sub-second latency on these detections from VPC flow logs getting inserted to Stackdriver and findings ending up back in Stackdriver. And so I'm not going to commit to an SLO of sub-second latency today, but that's what we're running at right now, which I think is pretty cool. So that's the story with the demo. We tab back to the slides, please. So this is what we did. We had an instance get compromised, produced logs, centralized them in Stackdriver, detected with ETD, visualized with SCC, and we've got a world where we could have exported this to our on-prem systems. So looking ahead, what's next with all of this? Where are we going with a product that today just looks at GCP logs? There's a couple of places. We're getting to public beta, which is very exciting. This is going to be a road for us to travel as we get used to the load, get used to reliability, get the detectors to a quality level we feel confident in. I don't want to release detectors to the wild internet that I'm not pretty sure are going to work well. And so all of my private beta users, in for a bit of a ride. We're working on more detectors. So we're looking forward to working with all of you to understand what are the most dangerous things out there, what are the things hardest for you to detect, what are the things that you really wish you didn't have to worry about. Expanding ETD to cover more logs is another journey for us. And so this isn't just GCP logs. It's logs from your on-prem systems. It's logs from your other clouds. It's logs from anywhere. We really want to get to a place where ETD is the thing driving detections for your organization, whether those logs are produced by our services or by somebody else's. We're working to get smarter. And we know that you rely on third-party threat intelligence today from a number of sources. With ETD right now, out of the box, you get our threat intelligence, which we think is pretty good, but we might not know everything. I'll admit that about myself anyway. And so we want to work seamlessly with your third-party vendors, whether that's CrowdStrike, Pan, Checkpoint, McAfee, Symantec. We want to make sure that you can pull in the information you already trust. We want to make this more flexible, so your SOC analysts know your systems better than anybody else. They know which accounts do weird things, which endpoints are good, which IP addresses are bad. And we want to let your SOC analysts shape this system in their image to make sure that it works for them where they are. And finally, we want to get better integrated, like everybody, whether that's putting things in the right places in GCP, whether that's writing these things out to your on-prem systems. So, the big takeaway today, ETD looks at logs, finds bad stuff for you automatically. We integrate with Security Command Center and IRM. We're available in a private beta starting today. So there's a sign up link in a sec where you can go to sign up, and you can sign up. We've got our page at that URL. You can sign up at that URL. If you have questions, you can email me at that email address. All right, so questions from the Dory. You can open the Cloud Next app, you can tap on our session, click on Dory Q&A, and drop your questions in the thing. Otherwise, if you're brave and don't want to make Alex walk around and speak in the mic, you can actually use the microphones. So have at it.
Hey, Tim, good talk. What's the difference between ETD and Chronicle?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So Chronicle is an Alphabet bet. They were spun out of Google some time ago. They don't operate as part of Google. They operate as an independent company. And what they've built with Backstory is really exciting. So Backstory is a system specialized in storing, indexing, searching, and displaying a specific set of logs and making those available to an analyst who knows what he or she is looking for. And so if you're somebody at an organization who wants to go through their DNS logs and look for that indicator of compromise you happen to know about, or any other indicator of compromise you happen to know about, Backstory is a great tool for searching through that. What you get with ETD, in contrast, is a service built right into the heart of GCP, integrated with all of the systems you use in GCP, and focused on providing detection. And so the big difference is one is for searching and visibility, and one is for automated detection. And I think there's a world where they cooperate nicely, but the key differentiator is storage, search, and presentation versus a system built from the ground up to do detection the way that Google protects itself.
Great presentation, thank you. When beta will be production?
When will it be in production? That is, you could also ask me, what's the weather tomorrow? What am I going to have for dinner tonight? I really don't know the answers to these questions. We're aiming for the end of the year. We think we have a pretty good shot of making it there. There's always risk in software projects, but if I had to put a date, I would say Q4 of this year.
Okay. So in that case, we'll take the top question right now from the Dory, which is, how would you ingest and process logs from Hybrid and other cloud providers?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we're looking at what's the right way to do this right now, and there's a couple of options on the table. Stackdriver has a very nice API that you can send logs to, and there's tools like FluentD out there already existing to hit that API with structured logs and in structures that you can manage as a user of FluentD to give us logs in a way that we recognize. You could also imagine worlds where you write things into a pub sub, stream things into a bucket, or transform them with Dataflow into a format that we're able to recognize. And so the gist is, get the logs into Stackdriver one way or another, whether that's FluentD to do your normalization or Dataflow to do your normalization. We'll pick them up from there, and we'll give you findings based on the same sorts of threat intelligence that we use for GCP detections for on-prem detections. And if people are particularly interested in that, I'll be around after the talk and happy to speak more in depth on what we're planning to do there.
Sure, thank you. Useful talk there. I want to clarify something you said earlier.
Yeah.
So you did, when you did the demo, you presented the email address of the volunteer who put in his information. And you did say that a function had to be written to extract that information. Is it correct to say that the value we get from this will depend largely on our ability to extract the information that we see?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So with any system you're using that's complicated, the value you get out of it is in part a function of what you put into it. And so with ETD, you would get that kind of threat detection out of the box with that easy three-step setup we discussed. But the ability of your analyst to interact with it is a function of how well they know how to use Security Command Center or what degree of integration you've done between our finding export and your on-prem systems. So there's always going to be some degree of give and take when using a new system, but the detections we aim to give you right out of the box.
Yeah, will ETT be available at a project level or just at an organizational level?
Yeah, so with the way we do sources, you can tell us, only watch this one project, watch this list of projects, watch all my projects but when, or watch all my projects. And so you can...
Two different ETDs running, so one's watching this project and another business unit is watching this project?
Yeah, so right now, in the beta stage, that's not a concept we've developed out fully, but you could, using Cloud Functions, look at a finding, say, oh, it's in this set of projects, I will send that finding to Slack. This finding is in a different set of projects, I'll send that to Jira. And so how you route findings to different business units fully flexible, fully in your control. How we think about what projects are in scope, fully flexible, fully in your control. So yes, effectively.
So another question from the Dory. For the first half of your demo, you seem to be implying that there is something in your rules that forbids people from adding editors. Why not encode these rules in your IAM instead?
Yeah, you could. Absolutely. When we think about security, we don't want to have a single silver bullet. We know that not every solution is right for everybody. We know that some people want flexibility, and there's lots of good reasons to add users from outside your organization. And so when I think about security, I think, how can I have more than one layer of defense against a particular class of threat so that I don't have a single crunchy exterior which is easily penetrated, but I have preventive systems in place, vulnerability assessment and remediation systems in place, and then threat detection systems in place as a backstop when our preventative measures were either insufficient, overcome, or insufficiently imaginative. And so you're right. Many things you could do with IAM policy or firewall rules even. You could just block all the bad IPs out there, by the way. That's something you could do. So there's lots of options in security. With threat detection, we want to help you find things once they go wrong.
Next question is, how does ETD interoperate with or duplicate what Forseti does?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's another great question. A lot of GCP products and services work really nicely together. Forseti is a set of tooling, and it's open source, which lets you understand baselines and deviations from those baselines. And so you could say, I don't want to have anything that matches this. And Forseti will help you manage that. ETD, again, will look at your log data and understand in very close to real time if something has gone wrong, as far as we understand. And so Forseti doesn't give you a great way to say, don't run malware. ETD gives you a decent way to say, let me know if there's any malware running.
Next question is, how does ETD handle false positives?
Yeah, so false positives can be managed in Security Command Center through a couple of mechanisms. Right now, we have what we call security marks. And so you can add a mark that says false positive or whatever you want and have your team know that those ones don't need to be responded to. You could pull things into IRM and mark something as resolved. In the future, we want to build out ways for security teams to, like I said, shape ETD in their image and let us import your knowledge of what things are normal, what things are not normal. Live question. Very exciting.
Good talk.
Thank you.
I'm curious, actually, in terms of your timeline to expand the capability of ETD. Right now, you're looking at VPC flow logs and firewalls and audit logs. Can you talk a little bit about where does it go, or how soon you will add other resources like Cloud SQL, buckets, and all this stuff?
Yeah. So that's a good question. We're looking at the different threats and the different relative priority of them and how damaging they are. And so we have a security engineering team working not just with ETD, but across the family of threat detection products we're currently producing. ETD happens to be the first one out, and I can't tell you about the others, but we have a team triaging and coordinating across the different things. And this is a case where Google's left and right hands actually do know what the other is doing. And so adding things like that becomes a function of how capable is ETD of detecting these threats versus the other products in the quiver, which we've yet to announce. And we're very excited to expand to new types of logs and have more volume coming through ETD, but we're not there yet.
Is the default threat intelligence used the same threat intelligence feed that's used by Google to protect itself?
Yes. So we have many internal groups that do all kinds of interesting things, whether that's scanning binaries we see on the internet, understanding what URLs are serving bad domains, exploding malware, seeing what it contacts, seeing what it does, understanding adversarial activity when we have the opportunity to observe it, getting a sense for their TTPs, encoding that into rules. And so that same rich intelligence over the last 10 years of watching the whole web that Google uses to protect itself and its users, we're making available in ETD to protect you all and your users.
What type of API is available for exporting findings
to
external SIEMs and ticketing systems?
So finding export is handled today by putting those findings into Stackdriver logging, from there into a pub sub. And once you have them in a pub sub, your external systems can either subscribe to it, or you can write Cloud Functions to pick up those findings and hit them against the API of your system. Security Command Center has also released this week an integration with Splunk, And so you can take your findings from SCC and put them automatically into Splunk directly using our connector. And we're really excited about that partnership to power Splunk where your analysts know and love to work with even more high-quality findings against a set of log data that they might not be getting detections against already. And so ETD is built from day one to interoperate with all of these things through the abstractions that you get automatically with PubSub and Cloud Functions.
Does ETD have an SLA?
We'll talk about that once we get closer to a GA. But you can see that we're operating pretty quickly today. It's fast enough that a demo is credible.
What plans are there for custom detections?
Yeah, so we talked a little bit about that with BigQuery and Dataflow. We're also looking at interesting ways for users to write what we call tripwires. And so one of the simplest detections you can do is take a log flavor, say syslog, and grep it for a particular thing you know to be indicative of bad things, whether that's a particular PowerShell command for Windows Event Log, or whether that's a particular bash command for syslog. And so we're thinking about ways to make that possible for users to do. We're concerned about things like performance impacts, how much rope we're really giving users there, and what they'd be able to get themselves into trouble with if we don't put smart guardrails in place. And so we're working on it. And with BigQuery and with Dataflow, users can actually do a lot of that today, but it requires a little bit more work. And so we're really excited to work with early users and figure out what are the right guardrails to guide people into writing high-quality, high-performance rules that don't cause them bad side effects. All right, guys. Thank you so much for coming. The big takeaway, ETD, scans your log data, gives you high-quality findings. Available in private beta now. Oh, your feedback. We really appreciate your feedback. Please fill out the app. Really appreciate it. I'm giving all of you 5 stars. You were a great audience. I would appreciate 5 stars. Thanks, guys. It's a
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, we've got a great turnout today. Thank you guys for showing up. We're here today to talk about best practices for identity and authorization with GCP. During today's talk, we'll also be using Adori. At the end of the session, if we have some time, we'll be taking both a combination of live questions as well as questions that come up on the Dory. So please go ahead and add some questions into there. If we're not able to get to them during this discussion, we'll make sure we respond to them later on. So my name is Naveen Chand. I'm a product manager. I work on Google Cloud and identity on GCP. Today I'll be presenting with some of my esteemed colleagues, Blake and Breno, who you'll get to meet in a few minutes. So why are we here? GCP offers a myriad of different identity capabilities, but what are the best identity features to use in specific scenarios? Today, in this talk, we'll walk through an overview of many of the different capabilities. We won't be going super deep into them, but we'll give you a good end-to-end picture of what that would look like and how you can stitch a solution together. We'll also link you to many of the other talks that will be taking place that will deep dive into many of the technologies that we covered today. In order to walk through the scenarios today, we're going to be introducing a company named Zotkix, which is a fictitious company that is a multinational organization. They have a distributed sales team where they have salespeople that are coming from many different locations. They have a customer-facing portal, and one of their top objectives for 2019 is really this notion of digital transformation. So today, some of the goals for Zotkix is really to get their users onboarded onto GCP, make sure they're able to protect their sensitive accounts, securely and scalably manage access to GCP, be able to seamlessly enable their distributed sales force to get access to GCP in a quick and efficient manner, making sure that they can administer authentication and authorization consistently across their environments. And really, they have a customer-facing portal as well that they wish to reduce the complexity on the identity aspect. So digging in a little bit into their architecture, they have a few different types of identity that Zotkix handles. There's employees, partners, and services, which are all represented in their Active Directory instance in this case. They also have a homegrown CIAM, or Customer Identity and Access Management solution, which powers their portal page, and that's where their end-user identities are actually stored. So the first thing we're going to walk through is really, how does Zotkix go and grant access into GCP? So we'll be highlighting a few of the identity types, so administrators granting access, developers, and also groups that encompass both of these different identity types. So after Zotkix is registered with GCP and created an organization, they need to give their admins and developers access to the platform. In order to grant access to their developers, they use Google Cloud Identity, which is a Google service that allows customers to create, manage users and groups, and how they'll have access to cloud resources. In addition to granting access to GCP, Google Cloud Identity is a complete IDaaS offering that is also available as a standalone product, supports robust lifecycle management, device policies, and provisioning across a multitude of applications. So as Zotkix masters all their identities on-prem, the first step is really to get those identities inside of Cloud Identity, and they can leverage one of GCP tools called Google Cloud Directory Sync, which is, or GCDS for short. This tool allows you to go and select which users in your AD instance by doing either an LDAP filter, selecting specific OUs, but saying these are the set of folks that I believe need to get access to my GCP resources, and so they can synchronize those identities over. The next step is actually granting single sign-on for these people. So in addition to having representation, they want them to be able to use the username and password that they use with their AD instances in order to get in. So in order to achieve this, Zotkix could go and configure a federation broker and use protocols like SAML in order to go get single sign-on working with GCP. If Zotkix happened to use one of these other identity platforms, they could have used some of the capabilities that are built into them that allow these platforms to directly provision into Google Cloud Identity. So we talked about employees, we talked about customers, talked a little bit more about service accounts for a second. Now, service accounts are really an identity for your application that enable programmatic off-fabric access in many scenarios as well. We're going to walk through one specific example in which you have an application that's running on-premise that needs to get access into GCP, in this case, a GCS bucket. So in order to do this, because you have an application, you don't want to have a username and password stored somewhere locally in your on-prem environment. So that's why you would create a service account. And with that service account, you could take a service account key or create a key on it, use that from the on-prem environment in order to be able to authenticate up to Google Cloud. Now, some of the best practices with service accounts, because these service accounts or robot accounts are usually fairly powerful, as always, the principle of least privilege is extremely important. Also, controlling your service accounts through policy. We'll be talking about a few of the different policy types that are possible and allow you to go and have much more granular control over where service accounts are used and how they're used. Using features like descriptions that allow you to go and specify this is the intent why this service account was actually created. And then the last, one of the most important parts, is really to protect those downloaded keys. So developer keys should not have access to prod resources, for example. Making sure that those keys are actually rotated and having a recurring cadence through which you actually do rotation. And then auditing the service account keys that have also been created in your environment. So we've talked about how Zotcakes was able to go and grant their users access into GCP. They're now able to single sign on. The next step is really to take some of those sensitive accounts and make sure that we have an extra layer of protection on top of them. And for this, one of the best practices that we recommend, especially for the highly privileged accounts, is using security keys. So based on FIDO standards, security keys are phishing-resistant second factors that use cryptographic challenge and responses to provide to provide integrity of the authentication session. So keep your eyes peeled. There'll be an announcement coming on 410 on something new in this area. So just looking at the next level inside of security keys and just to learn a little bit more about how they work. The core idea is, in this case, Alice is navigating to a website, and when she tries to sign in, the server gives a challenge to the login web page. The web page asks the browser for a security key signature, and then you'll notice that it passes that to the security key that actually goes and encrypts the entire package, both the URL that Alice is actually looking at right now, along with the challenge that was sent from the server. That is sent back up all the way to the server, which is now able to see that Alice's key signed this. This was the actual current challenge that was actually specified. And most critically, Alice was actually pointing to google.com, not some other website. And this is where that protection around phishing attacks actually comes in. If somebody was to send Alice an email with a link that said goggle.com, for example, she would actually be able to go and the server would actually reject the call, realizing that she's not on the website that she was actually intended to be on. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Blake, who's going to walk us through an access management.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Blake. I'm a product manager on Google Cloud IAM. And I'd like to thank Naveen for kicking us off with an overview of identity. Before we get into best practices, however, I do want to have a quick refresher course in some of the core concepts that are related here. And let's start with the resource hierarchy. The entire idea behind the resource hierarchy is so that you can easily map your organizational structure to GCP for easy discoverability of resources, for delegation, and for access policy management. And there are three key types of objects that exist in your hierarchy. The first, at the very top, is your organization. This is automatically provisioned when you sign up for Google Cloud, and everything, every GCP service, every project, every folder will exist underneath this object. And so, next, let's talk about folders. Folders are really used for splitting up your GCP resources in a manner that matches your internal structure and is conducive to administration and policy management. There are definitely some best practices here that we'll get into momentarily. But at least within GCP right now, you are allowed up to 4 levels of folders for organizing your resources. And finally, you have projects. By number, at least besides the services themselves, these are probably the most numerous resource type you're going to have in your hierarchy. And ultimately, your workloads and GCP services are going to reside inside of a project. Now, some GCP services do allow for more granular management of access policy below the project level, but most don't. And so this is going to be a frequent attachment point for your access policies in GCP. So let's talk about Cloud IAM itself. Cloud IAM is really all about who can do what on which resources. Now, we've already talked about the who. Naveen took us through users, groups, and service accounts. So let's really start with the what. The what is what a principal can do, and that is done through the granting of permissions. Now, in GCP, you cannot actually directly grant permissions to a principal. This is done through the use of a role, roles being groups of permissions. And lastly, the on what resource part. So in GCP, you apply policies to the resources themselves. And so the typical attachment points in your resource hierarchy are going to be that organization, your folders, or your projects. And it's important to note there's actually a pretty big benefit to attaching policies in this way, which is that the role, or in effect the permissions that the principal gets, can be different for different resources depending on where you attach those policies. Now, the notion of inheritance is also very important here, because based on where you apply a policy in this hierarchy, the access that you've granted is going to inherit down to everything below that level. Let's take a quick look at an example. So here, let's say you gave a bucket admin role to a user at the organization level. That user is now able to access any bucket inside of that organization. Similarly, though, let's say that you granted that role to a user on that first folder. In this case, they're able to access all the storage buckets only underneath those first two projects, because those projects are underneath that folder. And finally, applying that policy to an individual project would only grant the user to the 3 buckets, for example, in this first project. So to round out our refresher, let's take a view of what a policy actually looks like. Now, keep in mind that since policies are attached to resources, the applicable resource is really implied through that attachment. So what's in the policy is primarily 2 things. 1, the role, which again, a collection of permissions, and 2, the members, who you are granting those permissions to. Now, there are 2 key focuses here as we get into best practices to make life easier for a company like Zotkix, a large company like Zotkix. The first is that we want to make administration manageable, to make policy administration manageable. Zotkix also wants to make sure they're doing everything that they can to achieve that principle of least privilege. So for the first, one of the best things that Zotkix can do is make sure that they start off using their resource hierarchy correctly. Since we know that Zotkix is a large company with multiple business units that do operate for the most part independently, we can make that our first layer of folders. We've got your 3 business units up there. Underneath that, let's say potentially 1 folder per team. Below that, a folder for an app. Below that, a folder for an environment. The benefit to arranging things in this manner is that Zotkix can significantly reduce the number of policies they need to manage, while also maintaining the desired isolation they want between their business units, their teams, their applications, and their environments. So in this, to look at a few use cases here, so cloud administrators for each of their business units can be granted the necessary access at each of these top levels and have that inherit down to everything in their business unit. SRE on-call groups could be configured at the team or app-level folders for what they're supporting. Engineering teams could be given their foundational access at the team level with only the more granular policies applied down below. So by making use of the resource hierarchy, Zotkix was able to avoid having to specify all of these policies in a very duplicative way separately on all of their projects. Now, moving on to achieving least privilege, Zotkix has a few options available to them. While they started out using the primitive roles that we offer in GCP, owner, editor, and viewer, they quickly found these to be far too permissive when it actually comes to achieving that principle of least privilege. And as a result, they started using curated roles for their access grants. These have narrower access, they're generally focused by service, and even further by persona or job role. So there are several hundred of these roles in GCP that Google creates that they curate, and you can see some examples of those here. But for some of their grants, Zotkix found that even the curated roles that we were providing were close, but not exactly what they were looking for when it comes to granting access. And so as a result, they decided to take a look at custom roles. Here, for example, they copied one of the BigQuery curated roles and removed a couple of permissions they didn't want to grant. In other cases, Zotkicks can do the same, but add a few additional permissions. They could also combine two curated roles to simplify their access grants. Finally today, let's take a look at a feature that will be entering public beta soon that will allow Zotkicks to configure their access controls in even more of a finer-grained manner. IAM conditions adds a layer of attribute-based access control on top of the role-based access control concepts that we just went through. Essentially, this allows you to configure role grants that provide access to a principal only if certain other conditions are also met. One such example of a condition would be granting access based on time. There's a couple different ways you can do this. One would be configuring an access grant that is only valid before a specified expiration time. This can be helpful for break glass scenarios, such as giving a developer 2 hours of access to production to fix an issue, knowing that that access grant will be automatically revoked. This could also be done as part of a recurring schedule, granting access to a resource, let's say Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. Another use could be during project-level grants that only allow access to some of the resources of a given type in that project. For example, you could grant a compute admin role to a user, but with conditions, specify that that user can only manage VMs whose name starts with test dash or whatever other prefix you wanted to use. And finally, you can use conditions for context-aware access as well by configuring a grant that is valid only so long as aspects of that user's context, such as their IP address or device security policy, are met. Great. So now that Zotkicks has optimally configured their access policies for their GCP resources, they're now ready to move on to extending that access so that their distributed sales teams can access internally built corporate apps that they need. Brenna will tell you more about that.
Okay, so as Blake mentioned, I'll now cover how Zotkicks can enable seamless access to their apps and services for usage by their distributed sales force, for instance, and also how they can securely support their employees and developers to work from home without need of a VPN. So let's now recap where Zotkicks stands on their modernization effort. Zotkicks migrated some corp apps and their consumer portal to the cloud, but they still run several apps on premises. They want to enable the employees to access both sets of apps from their workplaces, from their homes, and on the road. And they need that their sales and their partner staff be able to access tools and demos when visiting a customer's location, maybe when they're attending Cloud Next, or anywhere. So here we introduce the BeyondCorp security model. So starting in 2011, Google created a new approach for access management, the BeyondCorp Enterprise Security Model. It's a zero-trust security model. That means that requests are not granted just based on where they originate in the network. Instead, BeyondCorp insists on verifying that the requester has permissions to access the services that they invoke. So BeyondCorp shifts access controls from the network perimeter to individuals, users, and devices, and allow employees to work securely from any location. So let's look a little closer on how BeyondCorp works and how it can help Zotkicks. So first, let's look at the BeyondCorp solution components, okay? It requires that, for instance, you have a strong notion of user identity. It doesn't insist that you use phishing-resistant authentication, but it can leverage that information, the information about the session strength, to make decisions based on the sensitivity of the request. It also requires context information, such as location, device status, etc. It requires a rules engine that allows the IT security teams to define access rules. And finally, it defines enforcement points that control access to the various resource types, such as web apps, VMs, APIs, etc. So Google Cloud provides a solution to enable the BeyondCorp security model for your apps and infrastructure. This solution is called Context-Aware Access. It integrates with multiple Google Cloud services to make BeyondCorp possible for your organization. So one of the components is called VPC Service Controls, VPCSC for short, And it improves your ability to mitigate the risk of data exfiltration from Google Managed Services, like Cloud Store and BigQuery. With VPC service controls, you can configure context-aware security perimeters around the resources on your Google Managed Services. And you also can control the movement of data across the perimeter egress controls. Cloud IAM we covered, thanks to Blake's presentation earlier. For Cloud IAP, as the identity-aware proxy, it provides the enforcement point for the ingress rules. So it's an ingress proxy that provides level 4 to 7 network filtering capabilities. Now we are going to see how Zoctix can achieve consistent security and access control management across their various environments between on-prems and cloud-based apps. So for that, I'll introduce Istio, if you haven't heard about it. Istio is an open source service mesh that layers transparently onto existing distributed applications. It is also a platform, including APIs that let it integrate into any logging platform, telemetry, or policy system. Istio's diverse feature set lets you efficiently run a distributed microservices architecture, and it provides a uniform way to secure, connect, and monitor microservices. So why would you use Istio? Istio makes it easy to create a network of deployed services with load balancing, service-to-service authentication, monitoring, and more, with few or no changes in service code. It can also be used to deliver secure service-to-service communication in a cluster with a strong identity-based authentication and authorization based on mutual TLS. And with Google as a major contributor to Istio development architecture, it means that using Istio, you can take advantage of best-in-class strategies for microservice mesh management. So you add Istio to services by deploying a sidecar proxy throughout your environment. It intercepts all network communication between microservices. One then configures and manages Istio using its control plane functionality. This allows, for instance, Zotix to distribute policy about network accessibility, about authentication, authorization, and audit policies, as well as telemetry configuration. The configuration is consumed by the Envoy proxies attached to each workload instance, and policy is enforced by the infrastructure. So in particular, why use Istio security? So Istio delivers authentication, authorization, and audit as part of the platform, ensuring consistent compliance and removing the burden on app developers. In addition, authorization can use both the identities of the requesting user and of the connecting peer. Istio delivers automatic metrics, logs, and traces for all traffic within the cluster, including cluster ingress and egress. And it improves visibility into all operations and consistent audit support. So now let's look how Zotix can leverage Istio and Google Managed Services to obtain consistent security across a hybrid deployment. First, let's look on how Zotix addresses access management for the on-premises apps. In the examples, I will show Istio deployed in Kubernetes. In particular, in this scenario, Zotix has deployed a GKE on-prem cluster. But I would like to emphasize that Istio does not require Kubernetes. It can be used to manage more traditional on-premise data centers. The Envoy proxy is deployed in Ingress, as well as a sidecar in each pod. And it manages all connections in and out of the cluster and in and out of each pod. So that provides the Istio enforcement point. Now let's see how a corp user, which is authenticated with the corp credentials, can access services in the cluster. So here, when the corp user makes a request to the Zotix HR app, Envoy terminates the TLS connection and enforces that the request includes user credentials. And it can perform any other ingress checks. Next, the request is going to, of course, be forwarded to the HR app. And the sidecar Envoy evaluates authorization rules. So for instance, it can require that the authenticating user have an administrative role if a privileged operation is invoked. As the request travels down the service stack, the HR app calls the backend, which also applies authorization rules. And these rules, as before I mentioned, they can be both on the peer, in this case is the front end for the HR app, as well as the requesting user. So now let's look at a situation where a corp user is accessing Zotkic's on-premise cluster from overseas. So to take advantage of Google's fast and globe-spanning network, Zotkicks can route their remote access to their on-premise clusters through the identity-aware proxy in Google Cloud. IAP provides additional authorization features. For instance, it can ensure that access comes from a managed device. So this shows how Beyond Corp solutions can seamlessly extend to protect Zotkic's on-premise apps. In fact, many IAP customers choose to use IAP as their ingress proxy for all their apps, whether they are apps on GCP, on-premises, or in other clouds. Let's now look at how Zotkicks can protect its cloud apps. So we are assuming here that Zotkicks has already extended its identity and authentication system to GCP by syncing their Active Directory with Cloud Identity, as Naveen went over earlier. So in this case, Zotkicks has deployed a legacy application in a cloud-hosted VM. IAP can be used to provide ingress enforcement of authentication and authorization when a Zotkicks employee accesses a legacy database hosted in GCP. Legacy applications can also be protected on premises and when located in other clouds. You can do this using an Istio ingress proxy or using IAP. And of course, if you use IAP, you get advantage of the benefit of the context-aware enforcement rules. So now we show how you can deploy Istio in GKE using IAP for ingress proxy in this scenario. Zotkicks can configure role-based access control in both IAP and in the Envoy sidecars on each pods. And for instance, again, IAP can deliver the context-aware functionality here, requiring, for instance, 2-second factor authentication or use of a trustworthy device. And the Envoy sidecar proxy can provide fine-grained authorization using service-specific configuration. We can also use the same architecture to protect access by end users of the customer portal. Authentication, authorization, and audit are throughout the service stack at every level. And this reduces trust between systems, which means that it mitigates user risk and it facilitates compliance activities. We also look here about how Istio can enhance security of service-to-service communications. In particular, Istio allows Zotkicks to deploy TLS certificates in each of their workloads. So services can now communicate to each other using mutual TLS to strongly identify their peer identity. Now let's explore how we can leverage the native workload identity of Kubernetes. And this can improve additional aspects of service-to-service authentication. For instance, it can provide simpler and more secure means to manage service credentials. Zotkicks can now add IAM bindings that allow a native Kubernetes workload identity to exercise an act as permission on a GCP service account. So Zotkicks can create a GCP service account and use that to grant access to specific permissions and resources, and then allow their workload identities the ability to impersonate these GCP service accounts. So by doing this, Zotkicks achieves security without burden of key management, because the authentication of native workload identities is handled by the Kubernetes infrastructure. So with workload identity, GCP services can more easily be consumed by Kubernetes workloads. In addition, it makes it even easier to leverage Google managed services such as Stackdriver monitoring and logging to seamlessly deliver functionality in the Istio platform. So tying it all together, we can see that in a hybrid deployment, Zotkix can leverage open source Istio architecture and Google managed services such as IAP and Stackdriver in a well-integrated environment that delivers consistent, transparent, and auditable policy enforcement. In addition, through the integration of workload identity with IAM, Zotkix can seamlessly consume GCP services from their GKE apps with improved security by eliminating the need to manage keys. So now I want to ask Naveen to continue this presentation by showing how Zotkix can achieve their goal to simplify identity management in their consumer apps.
Thank you, Brenno. So hopefully that gave you a good overview of Istio, and we're going to continue on our story and our journey now, talking a little bit about customer identity and access management. So through the presentation so far, we've talked about identities for employees, we've talked about developers, group usage. We also talked about how kind of services would be protected and how you can use these across hybrid environments, and now we're heading into the customer and identity and access management portion. So one of the challenges that Zotkix has was, with its current solution, many of its people are stored in local CIAM instances that are stored and housed in several different parts of the country. But when these people went on travel, if a customer was accessing it from a different location than they were actually in, he experienced a lot of high latencies. So I'd like to introduce you to Google Cloud Identity Platform, which allows you to add customer and identity access management capabilities into your apps. So the identity platform takes the foundation of Google's extensive and mature identity infrastructure and provides them to developers in order to allow you to add this type of functionality into your apps, protect user accounts, and scale with the confidence that we've built throughout the Google stack. The platform includes a variety of capabilities that allows developers to select the type of functionality that they want. If they need a user store, it provides a user store. If you need to go and federate with identity systems that exist inside the industry, such as SAML or OIDC, it has that capability. And lastly, it also supports a multitude of different social auth providers. Now, one of the great things for Zotkix is because it's at Google and Google scale, whenever a person connects in, regardless of where they're connecting to, they actually get access onto the Google-connected instance of this closest to them. And so they would be able to get much reduced latencies for that initial authorization request on the Zotkix infrastructure. One other thing to note about the identity platform is it was formerly called Cloud Identity for Customers and Partners. It has now been renamed to Identity Platform and is currently in GA as of today, so we encourage you to go and try that out. So just to wrap up, we talked about the different things that Zotkix achieved. They were able to onboard their users to GCP, protect their sensitive accounts, securely manage kind of policies using many of the techniques that we talked about from the IAM portion, enable seamless access to their distributed sales team through tools like Identity Aware Proxy and the Beyond Corp model, administer Authn and Auth-Z consistently across their environments using tools like Istio, and then finally, simplify the complexity of their identity platform using the identity platform, their customer portal using the identity platform. With that, I'd like you all to pull up your phones. You can take a picture. There's many other great sessions that are going on identity today that you should go and attend. Today, tomorrow, and day after. So it's continuation throughout the wonderful conference. And with that, we're going to actually turn it over to Dory, and we are going to be taking a combination of live questions as well as Dory questions. So if you have any live questions, I'll ask my colleagues to come on up here as well, and we'll try to answer them.
Cool. So if anyone has any live questions, you can start lining up behind the mic, and we'll mix some live questions with Dory, but let's go ahead and get started. We had a question from Sebastian from Desjardins. Would it be possible to check audit logs and automatically detect account with roles they never use to offer recommendations to reduce surface exposure?
For now, I'll say stay tuned. I don't want to say anything too specific yet, but potentially if on that previous slide there you happen to go to the policy intelligence session, you might hear a little bit more about that.
Cool.
Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to know more about the capabilities of Cloud IAM and recertifications that can happen as part of SOX compliances where people are required to recertify their accesses every 90, 120 or whatever days. What capabilities exist out of Cloud IAM today?
Sure. So Cloud IAM obviously does have an API for fetching all of the policies at various levels in the hierarchy. Where some of the challenge comes in is kind of resolving those, especially with concepts like inheritance and doing things like group expansion. There is a fantastic open source tool that can help quite a bit with this called Forseti that has a lot of that logic baked in. And essentially what that can do is scan your entire GCP organization, build a kind of a resolved, flattened image of those policies, and then you can export those and even use a query language for saying, what does this user have access to, or who has access to this resource? So I'd encourage you to check out Forseti if you haven't yet. It would probably be a good fit for that.
Thank you.
Cool. We'll take another Dory question. This is from David Marshall from eSilicon. We are looking to have enterprise named roles and project level roles which can be assigned to GCP console users. We will link SAML2 authentication via Okta. What are the best practices for this kind of environment?
So sorry, can you repeat the question one time?
I wish I could present on screen.
Yeah.
We are looking to have enterprise named roles and project level roles which can be assigned to GCP console users. We will link SAML2 authentication via Okta, OKTA. What are the best practices for this kind of environment?
So Okta allows you to do a couple of things. One is it allows you to take care of the provisioning directly into GCP. In addition, it can do group synchronization into GCP and create the set of groups that you need through their provisioning product. When you're setting and assigning rules, some of the best practices are to make sure that the groups that you're managing that are actually on your IAM ACLs use the principle of least privilege, just like we talked about in part of the presentation. In addition to that, you also want to make sure that through your Okta synchronization, you use, lost my train of thought on that one. Reach out to me afterwards and we can come back to some of those.
Or they can check back the Dory and you can act a reply.
I will reply back to that, yes.
Okay, no other live questions. We can do another one. This is from Dale Francis from Remeter. Will we get access to your slides?
Yes. And I believe this session, in addition to being live streamed right now, will also be posted on YouTube, so you'll have access to all of it.
Yep.
Cool. From Sam Leo from Vicky, there's a missing word. How do we manage all these IAM configurations in a centralized way? Terraform?
Terraform's a good option. We're also working on a number of solutions, both with the open source community as well as here at Google, that really can allow you to manage your policies in a way that's pretty similar to how you might develop software, using concepts like repositories, pre-submit checks, merging pull requests, and using that as a means to provision policy. And so those are all best practices that we absolutely recommend. I imagine we probably have some sessions about that during this conference, but I don't know the specific ones. But it is something that we're working in multiple areas on.
Cool. No live questions. We'll keep going. Corey Cater from Agosto. I haven't had much luck creating custom roles because so many permissions are not supported in a custom role. What are the reasons permissions are not supported in custom roles, and are there plans to make these permissions supported?
Sure. So today in GCP, there's probably somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 permissions, the very granular permissions across all the different services. We introduced custom roles toward I believe it was Q1 of last year. And as part of that, it was a significant undertaking to start checking every single one of those permissions for compatibility with custom roles. So that's certainly still an ongoing effort. The good news is for any new service that's launched on GCP, there is a mandate that prior to going GA, it must be compatible with custom roles. So it's just for the existing services, we're still playing some catch-up, but we're absolutely working on it.
Cool. Thanks. From Horatio Gonzalez-Lorraine from HomeAway, what are the best practices to balance centralized governance and self-service in service account policies and key management?
So for service accounts, several of the best practices are to use a functionality that we call organizational policies that allow you to do restrictions on where service account keys can be used, where service accounts can be created within your folder hierarchy. That's one of the best practices. The other is we talked about things around doing audit logging, making sure that those are consistent and viewing your audit logs in order to be able to go and see which keys are in use, which service accounts are used, and then cleaning those up whenever possible.
Cool. And if anyone that posted a Dory question wants to ask it live, you're welcome to come up to the mic. But we'll keep going. You got a lot of questions here. Greg Stotes from Hy-Vee, Inc. How would you best provide access in cross-functional setting so that the greater teams have the needed access? For example, DBAs on the team work with BigQuery but don't need access to the Kubernetes cluster, but developers on the same team do.
Sure, I'd say that the ideal way to do that is leveraging the folder levels of the resource hierarchy as I was kind of going through. And so those with greater access, you would assign those permissions at a folder level. With the projects underneath, they're potentially splitting out between a Kubernetes project versus your database storage, and then assigning the granular permissions as necessary on the projects themselves.
Cool. Yes, we have 10 minutes, right?
We got another 9 minutes, yeah.
9 minutes, we'll keep going. Greg Stotes from Hy-Vee, Inc. Does Istio also examine network traffic, IDS, IPS-like capabilities for anomalies?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Oh. Does Istio also examine network traffic, like IDS or IPS-like capabilities for anomalies?
Yes, it can inspect everything from L4 to L7 and apply network filtering capabilities at all those levels. I'm not sure I completely understood the question, but is IDS introduced? I'm guessing IDS, they mean is intrusion detection system. So that's how I parse the question.
Yeah, I guess, does it examine network traffic for anomalies?
Yes, you could do that. It doesn't have, it's a policy-based approach. So if you want to do something like machine learning or anomaly behavior, you're going to have to plug in a different system that provides the capabilities, an extensible platform.
Cool, thanks. From David Marshall from eSilicon. Can Google Authenticator be used for MFA in the identity rather than physical keys? What are the drawbacks to this?
Sure. So it's really what Naveen emphasized on that one slide. It's about the domain name. And this is what makes the security keys phishing resistant, is that it actually does check that you are actually on a google.com or whatever .com domain that security key is checking. And so with any sort of OTP-based two-factor authentication, if you did end up on a phishing site and you as a human didn't notice the URL, then you can enter that one-time passcode into the website, which may well be proxying to the actual site. And of course, your attacker, man in the middle, didn't intercepted your security key.
Cool.
I have a couple of questions. One is related to folders. Can you delegate the permissions within folder? Can you say, I want to delegate administration of the folder? Can you do that?
In some cases, yes. So for example, with IAM policy, absolutely. So you can you can grant someone a set IAM policy permission on a folder, and that will give them the ability to manage IAM policy on that folder and below.
Within that?
Yes, yeah, there and below. And so
thank you.
Sync.
Yeah.
In order to use that, there are tools like Forseti that can help you do some analysis against those that you can go and also take a look at.
So what was the tool name again?
Forseti.
Oh, Forseti, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good way of kind of separating it. Is are there anomalies in how you have configured things? And
Yeah.
absolutely, tools like Forseti can detect that. Versus, are there anomalies in how your developers or a compromised developer might be using GCP? And so for the former, absolutely Forseti or other sorts of scanning tools. For the latter, event threat detection would be something to look into.
That's right.
Yeah, we are using Forseti, but I was just looking within the Google, bunch of tools, taking to the next level. Forseti does certain level, but not deeper. So
yep.
Yeah, it would be great to chat afterwards as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I noticed during some of the diagrams you were showing, it appeared that you were showing using IAP in front of an on-prem workload. Is that a new feature that I just happened to miss a release of?
I'm not sure since when, but IAP has for a while had the ability to configure your backend outside the Google Cloud.
Okay.
So that's not a new feature.
Okay.
It's being there.
All right, great. Yeah, I guess we missed that. I think we tried it at one point about a year ago, and that didn't work. So, and I think this is going to be for Blake. I opened a ticket a while back against the Google Auth team in GitHub. And ended up finally, I got an answer to it actually from somebody who is either on the Forseti team or contributes to Forseti. It wasn't apparent that he was a Googler. If I find a glaring, just something, feature request, a glaring missing piece in the Google Auth libraries is that, so if you're like a G Suite customer and you're building a workload to do stuff against you're building a workload that you're going to run in GCP, that you're going to be running, doing work against your own like G Suite directory and stuff, manipulating users and all of that.
Yep.
That delegation, doing the assume role to assume that you have to assume the delegated identity inside of G Suite of the administrator role that's going to be making those changes. That's a giant pain. Like there's a hacked together call in Forseti to do that, but there isn't a clean call to do that from within GCE or GAE or wherever you're running that inside the Google Cloud. I ended up, when I was first starting to build this app, I ended up having to download credentials and then put them in a bundle with my app. So just something to think about there and make sure there's better integration between G Suite and GCP. So
it makes total sense, and actually as part of just even the authorization models between the two, which are obviously very different today, there's ongoing work to merge those, which should hopefully help in areas like this.
Cool beans.
Thanks.
So quick zero trust question, because I understand the concept of zero trust, but in practicality, I struggle with a bit. So, for example, does Google use zero trust in place of VPN for external user access to your network?
Yes.
So what kind of things do you look for to actually verify this is a person? Do they look for, is this coming from a specific company device, or what are the kind of things that they use to know, okay, this is an authenticated person?
It's not a single thing. There's a number of signals that we look for. We look for instance, if depending on the type of access, whether the device is actually managed by the company, is like, for instance, a Google-issued laptop or some device like that. For instance, if it's a mobile device, we might be checking whether it has enabled certain features like encryption on the device, or if it's in a good state, it doesn't have malware on it, it's up to date with security patches. So we look at a number of signals.
Okay, thank you.
So we're actually out of time. We're happy to take questions by coming up, and we will get back to the Dory and answer the questions that are remaining on there. Thank you guys very much for coming, and your feedback's greatly appreciated. So if you wouldn't mind filling out a survey on the form for us, that'd be great.
So if you did have a question, feel free to gather up here until we get kicked out. Thank you all.
Hello, everyone. Before we begin, one of the most, hello? Hello? Yeah. Hi, everyone. Before we begin, who here has never had ever a networking issue in their production deployments? I would love to talk to you. And who here has directly or indirectly been involved in debugging a networking issue? That's what I thought. I should also do this. Welcome to the session on GK networking differentiators. Oops. Hello. I'm Manjot, product manager on GK networking.
And I'm Pavitra, software engineer on the same team.
Today, we'll be discussing how GK networking helps your business grow by catering to your needs of scalability, security, load balancing, and visibility.
Here are some of the features we'll be talking about today. On the topic of scalability, we'll see how VPC native and optimized IP allocation can help scale your clusters.
Security features like config time shared VPC, network level features like private clusters and master authorized networks, and application layer features such as Cloud Armor and managed SSL certificates.
Learn how you can optimize your web applications with container native load balancing. And finally, we'll talk about some visibility features like intra-node visibility and VPC flow logs that will help you analyze your deployments. A quick reminder here, you're welcome to post your questions as we are going through the content in the slides. You can do this online through your Next app. Just go to the Next app, pick our session, HYB217, and click on Dory Q&A. Post your questions, or you can upvote an existing question if you want us to answer it. Looking forward to that. Thank you. And for this session today, we're going to do something different to go over the benefits of GKE. Manjot and I are going to put ourselves in the shoes of network admins/architects at a fictitious enterprise company. This enterprise runs a popular web application. Given this is tax season, let's pretend this is a tax filing application. This app got hugely popular due to its easy-to-use interface and unbeatable price. Who wouldn't want that, right? Now, this enterprise is starting to use GKE to scale up their service. And we are here, the network admins, brainstorming our architecture.
I'm the skeptic who is unsure whether GKE would match up to our needs. And Pavitra is the advocate who just attended a workshop and learned about all the cool features that GKE has to offer. Now let's begin our story. We have the best problem you could have, massive demand. We know that we are projected to get several million queries per second, especially closer to tax deadline. We need to have a clear plan and sketch out our architecture, especially the networking. We would like to proactively tackle our scalability challenges. Can GKE match up to our needs?
Let's talk through it. What's on your mind?
You know that we already have a GKE cluster with several hundred nodes. We're obviously using ingress-based load balancing to expose our services, and we have a single virtual private cloud to protect our deployments and have a secure boundary around it. My first concern is around the size of the deployments. We know that as we build out many features into our application, we would need more nodes, a lot more nodes. We know that for sure we would be reaching maybe even up to 1,000 nodes in our GKE cluster. Can GKE, how do we even manage networking for such large clusters?
Let's think about that for a minute. As the number of nodes increase in our clusters, the number of routes and number of IP addresses become important. we should start by creating our clusters as VPC native clusters. In this mode, cluster IP addresses come from 3 different ranges. The first range is called the node range, or the primary range of the subnet. This is used for assigning node IP addresses, the IP addresses for all the cluster nodes. There are 2 secondary ranges as well. One is the pod range, and then one for the services. Now, each node uses the pod range and takes a smaller slice for assigning to pods that are running on itself. So you get a smaller slice of the pod range on each of those nodes. Now, these pod ranges use something called alias IP addresses, which are natively routable. This means the logic to route them is built into the networking layer, and there is no need to configure any additional routes. Contrast this with the advanced route clusters that need a route for every node we create on them. We can easily scale up to 1,000 nodes with VPC native. There are additional benefits to running clusters in this mode. Firstly, the networking layer performs anti-spoofing checks to make sure workloads are not sending packets with arbitrary source IP addresses. Second, the VPC is global, so we can create clusters in different regions like US West, US East, and all those clusters can talk to each other without having to do any peering on our side. Another benefit that GKE provides that's relevant here is that the master VM is automatically scaled up to match the cluster's needs. It is also automatically upgraded, secured, and backed up. Can you imagine how useful this will be when we might need to repeatedly scale up our clusters as our needs grow? It's one less thing to worry about.
I had come across VPC native as well. Well, as you mentioned, we know that every single node is assigned a pod range from which IPs are picked up and allocated to pods running on that node. And we know that the default for every single node is a /24, which roughly translates to about 110 pods per node. Now, I know for sure that we won't even be close to 110 pods per node. We don't need that many pods on every single node. Moreover, some nodes might actually have fewer resources, which means even fewer pods. I'm just worried, how will we manage our IP space more efficiently using this scheme?
What you mentioned does seem like a problem. You're right that by default, every node gets the setting of 110 maximum pods running on it. This means under the hood, it is assigned a /24 CIDR range. And multiply that by 1,000 nodes, that's a lot of IP addresses, especially if you're not going to use them. Luckily, GKE does allow us to optimize IP allocation. We can do this by modifying the maximum pods per node setting. This can be done on a per node pool basis. We can put all the nodes with smaller resources into their own node pool and manage this setting, modify this setting to a different value. Say we set it to 8. The maximum pods per node is 8 for the smaller node in their node pool. That would make the nodes get a /28 instead of a /24, which is already significant IP savings. Another thing we could do is that the pod range and the node range can be shared between clusters that are in the same subnet. So then this lets us save even more IP space.
Interesting. That seems to work for optimizing our IP allocation, but I have a greater concern. What about security? Our application handles user PII data like social security numbers, tax details, payment information. Identity theft is a very real concern. We need to make sure that our users feel very safe sharing their sensitive data with us. How do we restrict access to our workloads? How do we ensure that some random person over the internet or any unauthorized IPs don't get access to our clusters? you know that compliance is such a big concern. Compliance is a deal breaker.
I'm glad you brought up security early on in our discussion. There are a few things we can do here. We can start by creating our clusters as private clusters. In this mode, the nodes in the cluster do not get a public IP address. That means they're isolated from the internet. The communication between the cluster nodes and the master happens over RFC 1918 addresses, which, as you know, refers to an address space that's completely private and not routable on the internet. Enabling this feature is as simple as checking a box when we create the cluster.
That sounds good for the workloads. We should make all our clusters private clusters. But gaining access to the control plane, what do we do about that?
I had a hunch you might ask this next. There's a solution for that as well. It's called Master Authorized Networks. With this feature, you can specify IP address ranges that are whitelisted to talk to the master node. In addition to creating or originating a connection from a whitelisted IP, one also requires credentials to log on to the master node. That is security in layers, known as defense in depth. Like we talked about, when you create a private cluster, you automatically get a master authorized network with a default deny whitelist, which means no IP addresses can talk to the master node.
Didn't know about that. That seems pretty useful. Speaking of access to clusters, we need to build a lot of features, like tracking tax-deductible donations, enabling you to import your W-2, etc. So, for example, we obviously have our core tax filing team and our W-2 importing team. Now, ideally, these two teams can independently create and manage their clusters. But we know that for sure, they do need to share a certain set of network resources, such as firewalls, routes, etc. Ideally, what should happen is those network resources should be controlled by us, but our teams can still create clusters independently. How do I ensure that these clusters can communicate with each other without the need for additional VPC peering? How do I ensure that my teams are isolated, the network resources are managed by us, but the teams are still agile?
Let me make sure I summarize the problem right. We have the few requirements, right? Firstly, we have individual feature teams that want to create their own clusters and manage them independently.
Yes.
Second, these clusters will still use network resources that we maintain. We, as in network admins, maintain and have total control over. Third, we want these clusters, these team clusters, to be able to use those resources but not modify anything. Like no organization level changes can be done, no modify more than what they need to use. And last, we want all these clusters and their workloads to be able to talk to each other. 4 requirements, right?
That sounds about right, yeah.
Right, awesome. So this is exactly what the feature called Shared VPC solves. With this feature, the network admins can manage centrally all the network resources like load balancers, subnets, routes, and firewalls. All this management happens in what is known as the host project. Individual feature teams will create what are known as service projects, which will have use permissions on all of these resources. The team's clusters reside in those service projects, and they will not be able to modify any of the critical network resources. Like, you can't have the W2 team go and delete a firewall rule, for instance. We have that isolation. And finally, since all these clusters are on the same VPC, same virtual private cloud, they all can talk to each other without us needing to do any additional peering.
So you mean to say that our teams can create and manage their clusters without the need for, and talk to each other without the need for additional peering, and the network resources are managed by us? That sounds great.
That's exactly what I mean.
We'll definitely keep that in mind.
Cool.
Now let's talk about handling bursty traffic. You know that closer to tax deadline, when everyone's filing last minute, we will get a very large spike in our traffic, especially also when we're giving a promotional rate to some of our users. How do we ensure that our application continues to serve our users without going down? How do we ensure protection against some of those common web application attacks? We obviously hear a lot about anti-DDoS protection. There might be abusive scripts that try to saturate our network, choking real user traffic. Someone might attempt to shut us down, or worse, try to steal our data. How can GKE help us protect against this?
Very valid concerns. I agree. We must be prepared for the worst when it comes to peak traffic. Good news is, HTTPS load balancing, Google Cloud load balancing, specifically HTTPS load balancing, provides some amount of anti-DDoS protection along with the load balancer. When you enable SSL proxy load balancing or HTTPS load balancing, the Google infrastructure automatically absorbs and mitigates several layer 4 and below attacks, such as SYN floods, IP fragment floods, port exhaustion, to name a few. In addition to this, Cloud Armor is our friend. It arms us with the ability to whitelist trusted IP addresses and blacklist abusive IP addresses that might talk to our backends. A flexible rules language to customize our defenses and protect against multi-vector attacks is at our disposal. It also provides defense against web application attacks such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and several others.
I see. That looks promising. On the topic of application layer security, we obviously have a lot of domains, and we serve each of those domains using an SSL certificate. So we need to, for example, have it for each of our enterprise customers as well, such as foo.taxapp.com, and an SSL cert per one of those domains. Now, we are using a single load balancer, and we are obviously, for now, managing all those SSL certificates manually, which means we need to keep track of things like expiration dates and renew them when they expire. Now, this is a very fickle setup. It can actually cause business loss in case someday we forget to renew them on time. I would ideally like to offload this work to some sort of automation and some sort of management than have our teams manually manage our certificates.
I hear you. I completely hear you. Managing certificates with one-off scripts or by hand is something I have done myself, and it's not fun. It definitely sounds painful. I have some great news for you, that GKE now offers end-to-end, hassle-free SSL management, SSL certificates management. This means you can have your certificate management work offloaded. Certs for domains will be automatically issued, provisioned on the load balancer, renewed as needed, and deleted when you delete the load balancer or cluster resources.
That sounds interesting. Can you tell me more?
Sure. You start by creating a custom resource object for your managed certificate. You just need to put the domain name of the domains whose certs you want managed. Say we want foo.taxapp.com to have certificates automatically issued and managed. Just put that domain in your spec and link it to your Ingress spec. Done. Certs for this domain will now be, like I mentioned, automatically issued, renewed, and deleted when they expire. It's not a dream. I'm serious.
That would be a relief for our teams, getting out of this business of manually managing certificates.
You bet. Let's recap all the security features that we talked about just now. Firstly, we talked about network layer security with private clusters and master authorized networks. Then we talked about application layer security with Cloud Armor, easy SSL certs management with managed certs, and secure delegation of resources through shared VPC.
That sounds cool. It seems like GCP puts security first. But I'm still worried about one more thing, latency to our backends. Our app is getting popular, and obviously we are going to get that traffic spike. I'm worried about that. Will our pages take several seconds to load? That will cause a very frustrating user experience for our users. Definitely not something we want to put our customers through.
Tell me about it. No one likes staring at a blank browser screen, right? I recently heard about this feature called Container Native Load Balancing that might help us here. What I know so far is this. Container Native Load Balancing allows the load balancer to talk to pods directly and evenly distribute traffic among them.
How so?
Let's talk about what happens without this feature. Without Container Native Load Balancing, requests come to the load balancer and travel to the node instance groups. From there, they are routed to the correct matching pod, which might or might not be on the same node. As you can see, this introduces a connection hop. Because Container Native Load Balancing talks to pods directly, the connections have fewer network hops, and latency and throughput are improved as a result. There are additional benefits to using this mode. With Container Native Load Balancing, you will get to see the round-trip time between the client and your backend. This makes troubleshooting way easier since you get Stackdriver UI support as well. Finally, the health checking is improved and is more accurate since it directly talks to the pods.
All this sounds great, but what about when things are not working? What is the visibility and monitoring story here? How do I troubleshoot my deployments?
I was waiting for this one. VPC flow logs can help us there. You can enable VPC flow logs on a per subnet basis. When enabled, this feature collects flow data from every node on the subnet.
But will I see traffic both between two different nodes and on the same node, like intra-node traffic?
Yes, absolutely. You will see traffic between nodes, like we just said. And with a feature called intra-node visibility, you will get insight into traffic within a VM. That is pod-to-pod traffic on the same node. This feature launched just today, so it is hot off the press.
But will it cover all the surface areas?
Every flow is sampled, whether it's TCP or UDP, whether it's between two pods or between a pod and a host on the internet, in your on-prem data center, or a Google service. And if two pods are communicating and they are both on subnets that have this feature enabled, you will see bidirectional traffic between them.
But if it covers all those surface areas, will that add latency to my packets?
That's the best part. Since VPC flow logs is built into the networking infrastructure, there is no additional delay and no performance penalty to routing the logged packets to their destination.
I can't wait to try out this on one of our clusters. That sounds very useful.
Me too.
Pavitra, discussing all these features with you and all these capabilities with you, I think I feel confident that our tax app will survive this year's traffic spike. I definitely learned a lot more about GKE and GKE networking today, and I'm confident that we can keep our application running securely round the clock.
I'm so glad I could help, and I agree with you on all of that. Okay, well, that ends our story here, and I hope you all got a good overview of the various networking features on GKE. Let's summarize what we talked about. Once again, with GKE, you can manage and scale your clusters with VPC native and optimized IP allocation.
GKE offers several network security features, such as config time shared VPC for secure delegation of network resources, application layer security features such as DDoS protection through Cloud Armor and managed SSL certificates, and network layer security features such as private clusters and master authorized networks.
Optimize load balancing of your web applications with container-native load balancing. Analyze your deployments easily with VPC flow logs and intranode visibility. If there's one key message you want to take away from our discussion here, it is this. With GKE, you get armed with all the tools you need to scale, manage, and secure your clusters. Analyzing your deployments is something you got covered with GKE using the visibility features we talked about here.
Please attend the talk HYB 314 tomorrow to get a deep dive into some of these networking features.
This talk is happening at 3:30 in Moscone North, so make sure you attend if you want to know more about these features. All right, once again, your feedback is greatly appreciated. Please rate this talk on your next app and answer a few questions, mark some stars. It's really easy. Just mark 5 stars on everything. I'm just kidding. Give us your candid feedback, and we look forward to that.
We're opening it up for questions. We obviously cannot offer tax filing ones, but networking maybe.
So once again, this is how you ask your questions. Go to the Dory. You're welcome to come live and ask on the microphones here as well. But yeah, looking forward to answering some questions if anyone has any. We're going to read it out from our Dory on the phone. I'm not checking my email. I'm looking for questions, seriously. Let's see. We don't have a... Let's see if we have any questions just yet. Feel free to put them on there. All right.
Working? I can try.
I'm not seeing any questions just yet, but if you do have one and definitely want it answered, you're welcome to come to the microphone. But no tax questions, no consulting, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you
All
for
right.
attending.
We've got half an hour back. Have a great evening.